Pakwesi Nashoko will be wrapping up, and then we have the next team also coming in. The fire chief officer also, as well as other officers of the Ghana National Fire Service seated. The Ghana National Fire Service also seated closely by leading officers of the police administration led by the IGP, as well as DCOP Yohonu. More importantly, other dignitaries from other African countries coming in. I can see President Ruto, William Ruto of Kenya, just having gotten down from his official vehicle for this auspicious event. And Dr. Alinyaba, the presence of these important dignitaries, especially the heads of state, what does it signify for us for this important day?
Yeah, I already said that it's just a sign of how Ghana have been able to maintain its diplomatic relations with other countries in Africa and beyond. And it is credit to all the regimes from the beginning of the Fourth Republic and beyond up to this day. So it is something that is testament of how we have carried ourselves as a nation, as a beacon of democracy, so they say in the continent. Yeah. So it's something that we all enjoy as a country. If we had reached a point where we are having an important occasion like this and nobody around us seems to show enthusiasm by attending, and then other partners outside of Africa like the USA and Europe are not paying attention to what we are doing, then we should be worried about how we have carried ourselves as a nation, both in terms of diplomatic relations with other countries and the benefits thereof.
And Pagwif, we've come to a point in our democracy where it looks like, despite, I have to say, is it a rank cross election? We still have the presence of the vice president who outgone now, who was a presidential candidate of the MPP as well, and then former President John Ejekunku, all of them there, just trying to lend credence to the fact that we have a united front when it comes to our democracy, right?
It's a lot more solidarity. And for me, I must really commend the former President John Ejekunku, who is a statesman for this country, and also commend the outgoing Vice President Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, together with the wife, the second lady, and to state that it's important that when we are done with our partisan political campaigning and trying to use that as a vehicle to come into a national office, when all of that is done, we are one people. And just to state that I'm glad that John Dramani Mahama is being given the support, because he didn't give this support in years past. You recall he didn't attend the swearing in of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in the 2021 swearing in. He didn't congratulate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I mean, but all of that is gone into history. But we should learn from these. These are statements that rallies the rank and file of the grassroots. I mean, when the grassroots sees this level of commandery, and I've always stated that we have a lot of peace amongst ourselves at a very higher echelon. So as politicians, you will see that I would exchange pleasantries with my opposite political person, MPP, NDC, CPP, and the likes. But if that does not trickle down to the grassroots, then we have a lot of admiration to go to. And I'm glad that this is happening. And so it clearly tells you that the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party is congratulating the president-elect John Dramani Mahama and the first female vice president, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. And we should all learn from this in the future. If you lose an election and you have to be part of it just for the nationalistic stake, I think that is critically very important. And
as Dr. Palgrave Wachidankwa ends there, pomp and pageantry well represented in the shorts now. The Asantehene, his delegation, and also just representing why Ghana as a country, we have been able to unite across all fronts. But in certain times within elections, Professor Kobi Mensah, we take a look at sometimes some of those rank-cross periods. We seem to think that the peace is just so thin, just on the other side.
I mean, democracy is an adversarial game.
Yeah.
You know, it's a battle of ideas. And nowhere would you find democracy that you wouldn't find that kind of, so to speak, the rancorous, moments. Obviously, immediately the decision is made, everybody goes back to the table, and then we judge going forward to govern the country. So it is part of the, the entire, processes. You have to debate in a manner that can win you the power. All right, and that actually brings tensions. But we should also be reflective of our structure, the social structure of this country, which obviously had contributed, to the kind of democracy or the kind of environment that we have. Don't forget, not every country participates in a very heated democratic practices and still keep the country, intact. There are countries that have gone through the democratic path, but they end up fighting, in terms of proper fighting. I mean, not this kind of choices of words, etc., but throwing blows and ending up, splitting the country in a manner that is not, expected of a democratic country. Don't forget, just in Cote d'Ivoire, recent memories tell us how, politics, in the name of democratic, engagement, actually, brought a very beautiful country to that level that we've never had before. I mean, I lived in Cote d'Ivoire sometime, and I loved the way it was. Just to later on see that the country was in tatters, you wouldn't want to, see that. But you see, we have to give credit to our systems. These traditional structures are very important. Our social structures are very important. The other time, I just sent a piece, and I'm sure that maybe it will be asked tomorrow in the Daily Graphic, about a very critical reflection of how Ghana's, society has grown. And I was making references to the emergence of, charismatic and Pentecostalism, all right? My argument, okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali Nyaba, as well as Dr. Palgrave Wachidankwa, Professor Kobi Mensah as well. But again, just to give you a recap, currently the motorcade of the president-elect, again, just being interspersed in the shorts, but also a number of dignitaries already also arriving. You have he himself also coming onto the ground, John Dramani Mahama, already also Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, also with the entourage making themselves present, making their way onto the ground. But just by way of recap, to tell you that traditional regalia, well represented, Yotumfo Setu the second, the entourage he's leading, already on the ground there, making way to find their seats, as to be ushered, well coordinated by the committee alongside the State Protocols Department. And we also do know the king of the Asogli State, the Agbogbomafia, and we also have him coming in there, that's Togbi Afede, and we also have the Gamanche, King Taki Churu the second, also in there alongside the president of the National House of Chiefs, Ojiaoho Yaujebi. Now, apart from that, we have, as announced, a number of dignitaries who have come in, various heads of states, also representing their various presidents and governments across not only the continent but also the world, all there. And President William Ruto, we just told you some few minutes ago, has already presented himself, arrived safely. And then Jacob Zuma, former president South Africa, right here in Ghana. Alongside, we have the various heads of the various security services, not only the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, and all of them ready on the team who are leading the dispatch for the incoming president, the president to be sworn in, also having those live pictures being interspersed in this great coverage by TV3, 3FM 92.7, streaming live, and you can always now. And it is not only the neighborhood, but the whole of Accra also paying homage and then also host to this great event, but also unified by the other 15 regions across the country where you're watching TV3 and the rest of the world. But please know that you have to stay right here. TV3 Ghana, across social media, 3FM 92.7. The next team will take over, and the great event that we're bringing to you live from the Blaster Square will be brought to you with great information, with all the things that need to be known, the personalities who are there, the various heads of the institutions of Ghana and across the world who are there. Currently in the pics, we have the various heads of the Ghana Armed Forces, the Chief of Defense Staff, as well as the other ranking leading officers of the Ghana Armed Forces, as well as just close by the Ghana Police Service led by Dr. Ekufu Dampare, the IGP. And then just next to the police service, we have the Ghana National Fire Service. And the next team certainly will be taking over, bringing to you this live coverage. This live coverage from TV3, and then we also are informing you about all that you need to do by sharing our stream. Let us know what you think about this event. Blaster Square is where the main event is taking place, the presidential inauguration of John Dramani Mahama. So far, the Ghana Dance Ensemble have been giving to the attendees as well as viewers great renditions through their big phantom from drums and giving renditions of music. Also, we have big cultural troops, not only from the Ghana Dance Ensemble, but also various cultural groupings who also are making display of a number of activities. So far, we've had some interactions. Komla Kluche, Armstrong, all the grounds, giving to you vivid picture live with the dignitaries as well as the various heads from across the continent, not only presidents, but also those from the various parliaments of the continent, others also representing their various governments, and this is a sight to behold. The Ghana Police Service, the State Protocol Department, the National Security, making sure today is secured and well served to make sure that the security of state, the democracy for the Fourth Republic is well consolidated, well represented through this historic event. So far, a number of dignitaries in there, 21 heads of state, vice presidents, representing also various parliaments across the African continent and the world, all right here. And apart from former President John Agyekum Kufuor, we also have the outgoing Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who also in the last election was the presidential candidate of the NPP. He is there alongside the former Second Lady, or the outgoing Second Lady, Samira Bawumia. A number of important events also taking place alongside this very great event at the Blaster Square. Now, for the U.S. delegation sent by the U.S. President Joe Biden, it's led by Virginia Palmer, who is a resident ambassador representing the government of the United States, Virginia Palmer, and then also having representatives and from the Los Angeles mayoral office, and then also the U.S. budgetary office led by Shalanda Young, among others who are also at this great event. The European Union, they've sent a delegation as well. You can find also in your pictures Akuya Sana Danswa, a former member of parliament for North Dying, and then other dignitaries also making their way onto the grounds. The inaugural event for President-elect John Dramani Mahama, as well as the Vice President-elect Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Just in case you're watching either on the streams of 3FM 92.7, as you're also listening, or also watching right here on TV3, please make sure you share the stream. The various heads of the security services also there, just making sure that the right things are done, marching through. Also very historic and important, President outgoing as he would be, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, having some interactions on the seat, as well as where he's seated on the dais with a number of dignitaries. And this is beautiful. Ghana's Fourth Republic being heralded, being historically shepherded by great security, great event right here for this event that is taking place. The outgoing president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the incoming President-elect John Dramani Mahama, and where else can you get it than right here on TV3, also listening on 3FM. If you're watching the streams, please make sure you share. Great history being made today, and also telling you how far we have come. Since 1992, following the ushering in of the 1992 Constitution as promulgated and again put together by the Consultative Assembly, we've had since 1993 great history made with the first president of the Fourth Republic, who had transitioned from being chairman of the Provisional National Defense Council, the PNDC, to be the presidential candidate of the NDC, to be elected and then sworn in as president, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, and subsequently John Agyekum Kufuor at the turn of the millennium, the year 2000, winning that election, sworn into office January 7, 2001, succeeded by Professor John Evans Atta Mills, again January 7, 2009, and then subsequently John Dramani Mahama, succeeding Professor Evans Atta Mills, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo following through, being sworn into office after winning the 2016 presidential elections on the 7th of January 2017, and here we are today, the 7th of January 2025. Historic as it is, the comeback of the former president as the president-elect, and the national chief imam Nuhu Sharubutu, Sheikh Nuhu Sharubutu, also at the grounds. Very important. And Joseph Akable, historic. You take a look at where we have traveled from in the Fourth Republic, you'd say that the numbers count, but also the events are very important, and how we've been able to, as a country, maintain these events up to today, the 7th of January 2025, the presidential inauguration.
Roland, very big day indeed. I mean, it's historic as you've classified it, and I don't think that there's any other word beyond that captures it accurately. I mean, since 1992, when this current constitutional dispensation took off, what we have seen is a conscious effort by the people of Ghana to ensure that, one, they go to the polls and cast the ballot, and two, to ensure that there's a peaceful transition where necessary. We saw the very first one post the 2000 elections when John Agyekum Kufuor took over from the exiting Jerry John Rawlings. We saw quite a lot of history being made, meetings that were taking place at the castle between political opponents that hitherto were seen to be enemies and were not individuals whom you could find in the same room, interact with each other, and also take over the affairs of government. Since then, we did it again in 2008. We were able to do it again in 2016. And back here again, we are doing it again in 2020. I mean, entering 2025 now. And so it's been one journey that the nation has been on for a while now. We've learned a lot of lessons from it, and it keeps getting smoother by the day. I mean, this time around, thankfully, what took place in Parliament was quite important. It was quite a peaceful process that took place as compared to the other parliament in terms of the key events. And we need to state quite clearly that this is an event that is actually a parliamentary session, because under Article 53 of the Constitution, the president-elect is to take the oath of office and oath of allegiance in Parliament. The constitutional provision says before Parliament, which means that in the presence of Parliament. And so that takes place in Parliament. And we saw in the earlier republics when, if we pick Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, for instance, taking the oath before the National Assembly, and same happened within the Busia era as well. But since the Rawlings era, we have it taking place at the Independence Square. And so it becomes an extension of parliamentary business, but it takes place at a larger Independence Square. And so last night and early morning, those who were monitoring what was taking place in the Chamber of Parliament live on TV3 as part of our coverage, you recall that when they had finished with the election of the Speaker and that of the first and second Deputy Speaker, the Speaker of Parliament did indicate that he was adjourning proceedings to the Independence Square. And so that is the continuous session of Parliament that will be taking place this morning, where the President-elect, John Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President-elect, Professor Nana Poku-Agyeman, will be taking their oath of office and will be formally taking over. The argument has always been made that, look, between when the election of the Speaker takes place and when the swearing in of the President takes place, there are those who have made the point that there's a bit of a constitutional gap of sorts. I mean, in that within a couple of hours, we do not have a president because the tenure of the exiting president would have lapsed. Fortunately for Parliament, immediately it lapsed just within about an hour or two. The House is able to get its Speaker in place if there's no crisis. And that is how come the previous Parliament, when that transition was taking place and there were disagreements and there were back and forth among the members, there was a concern that, look, what will happen? Because it will mean that the House potentially will wake up in the morning and there will not be any Parliament, there will not be any executive. We'll just have a judiciary in place headed by the Chief Justice. But, I mean, fortunately, it is just for a couple of hours. The House rules sometime around almost 3 to 4 a.m. there. And now we have the session that is taking place now. We expect that, look, between now and let's say some couple of hours time, we expect the session to take off. It's now 10 a.m. So we still do not have a president in place, but a couple of hours time, we expect that swearing to take place for the president-elect to take office. There are those who make the point that in the interim, who takes over? Number 3. Or which other number? I mean, we've heard Abam Gabin describe himself as such. And so it's a very important national event that is taking place. From the pictures that we are bringing you from the Independence Square, we see an attempt to make the venue also look a bit different from how it looked in previous years. And so this time around, there's a bit of a covering which ordinarily didn't exist. We've seen also an attempt to try and limit the inner perimeter as much as possible so that there's more or less an identifiable space where you can have the parliamentary session taking place. And so that is also a very good thing that we've seen taking place there. Lots of dignitaries, not just from within the country, but beyond as well, the African continent, coming over to participate. I see Dr. Valerie Sawyer in the shot a couple of seconds ago. She has already been named as a senior presidential advisor on governance matters. In the previous administration, she was a deputy chief of staff. I see a powerful man of God also behind her there. So it's a very big event. I mean, all those who matter in the country who can't make it or have been invited or have accreditation to be at that particular event are able to attend and witness what is happening at the Independence Square. The first time we are having a lot of first. I mean, I must say, we are going to have a first-time female vice president take the oath of office and take the office. I see former First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo, Her Excellency, close, immediate past, yes, immediate past, yes. And close by was they're now former president. Exactly. The now former president. The freshest former president. Yes.
Soon to be former president.
Yes. I mean, I can bring
let's wait for that.
Martin and Kemini. So I'm joined by my colleagues Martin Esiedudate and Kemini Amano. Martin, your reflections so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been, first of all, kudos to the organizers. It's looked very, very well coordinated right from the onset when we saw the canopies going up, the laying of the green carpet. I think they are trying to represent the colors of the national flag as much as possible. And so the floor where most of the dignitaries will be walking on is green, and then you have the topmost part of the canopies being red, and then a few yellow patches around just to, you know, trumpet the specific colors of the Black Stars, which has dominated a lot of African flags if you pay particular attention, and many of them have been attributed to what the former president of the Republic, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, started. So they thought that, I mean, there are some scholars who have said that the red, gold, green that runs through many of the African flags is as a result of the influence of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah on the continent, who we can also attribute the continental unity of a single Africa to. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was actually strongly pushing that agenda of a united Africa based on those colors, etc. But as we speak, many people look very excited to be part of this momentous segment of our growing democracy. And as of now, we are told that about 21 heads of states from different countries have shown interest. Many of them have arrived. I'm told that 2 or 3 more are yet to be picked up from the airport, and then they will come straight to the event grounds. And again, the organizers have clearly demarcated. So if you do not have accreditation or a certain type of accreditation, you can't just access any and everywhere. And so many of the locals or people around who would want to observe this are sat under the main shed that is at the Independence Square. Then the canopies and tents that have been built are for the special dignitaries and invited guests who will be filling up those places. And so on your screens now you can see the members of the judiciary going to take their seats, filing to go take their seats. Again, the head of the judiciary, that is Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu, yesterday was in Parliament to swear in the Speaker. It was quite interesting, the developments in Parliament from last night. Many of them are also expected here to actually form a Parliament. So the President can only be sworn in the presence of Parliament. So on these grounds, Parliament is expected to actually sit and start proceedings, and then it will be on the back of that the President will be sworn in.
So just a reminder, in terms of where we are with the event, the order of proceedings as has been made available from the organizers, it starts with all guests being seated. The members of the diplomatic corps, they are also seated as well. Then you have members of Parliament seated. Then from there is the arrival of the former presidents, then arrival of invited heads of state. Then the next step becomes Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice and Justice of the Superior Court, enter the chamber and take their seats. And so that is where we are currently in terms of the event. And so
it's also safe to say that the event is about 21 minutes late, because based on the brochure, at 10 a.m. we should see the Right Honourable Speaker calling the House to order. We expect that to take place in a tad. And you were talking about, Martin, about the color coding, and the color coding is meant to also direct the dignitaries where they should sit.
Right.
We know that one of the yellow tents will be for the incoming First Lady and her family, you know, the first family, so to speak. On the other hand, will be where the parliamentarians will also sit when the Speaker calls the House to order. We know that the other tents are also for the dignitaries, depending on where you're coming from, whether it's a mission or you know, it's an embassy, so to speak. And so the color coding, very much like the flag, but it's also specific to direct people where they will sit today. As they have already packed the place, you can see that, listen, we are almost there with the new government. Once that swearing in takes place, it's a different era for this country. And you know, when people talk about the history, the historic nature of the event, it's a lot of attention on the return of a former president. We don't talk a lot about the fact that there is also a very first female vice president.
You're absolutely right.
You know, because absolutely huge deal for this continent.
It is.
A continent where many women are emerging as leaders of the country. It's good to know that we are inching closer to that. We have our very first female vice president. Earlier in the year, Namibia had chosen its very first female president, and so it's good to know that we're here on the doorstep of doing the same thing for women in this country.
And I think I agree with Kemini perfectly. It's a significant step in that a lot of the times when you are aiming for the roof and beyond. And now there's a certain level that you can look beyond now. You can't wake up and think that, look, I want to be the first female president. You know that that is the level that you have to take us to. You know that the issue of the first female vice president is done and dusted.
Indeed.
We're going to have her in a couple of hours. And so it's a very significant step, and it should always be a shining example for a lot of young girls across the country. I don't know what, Alfred, you think of that? Alfred,
welcome to the party.
That, really, thank you guys. We always have this conversation about female representation in politics after the horse has bolted, really. Because before we get into an election, you know, we'll talk about it, you know, once a while, but then afterwards, then we start saying how many MPs who are female have been elected into this 9th parliament. In fact, if you look at the numbers as of the dawn of today, when the roll call was made in parliament, the previous parliament we had 40. The number has reduced, unfortunately, Kemini. In this 9th parliament, even though there's an additional seat increasing the number of seats there to 276, the number of female representation, or the female MPs in this 9th parliament has also reduced, and that's one thing that is not quite encouraging for us. You know, but then again, the most important aspect of all of this, as we're talking about today, is to see Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman become the first female vice president. That is a boost to our democratic credentials as a country and as a people, if you look at the continent as well. And as we're seeing right now on the screen, a number of the dignitaries still arriving. We have a number of the heads of states and then also their vice presidents in town. And one to look out for as well, as we're seeing, we have a former president of the People's Republic of Nigeria also there. We have the president of Nigeria himself as well, and there the former president of South Africa, Jacob Zuma, is also here in present. We also have the Belgian foreign minister also present in there, and the delegation of the United States President Joe Biden. That's also he's an outgoing president.
President himself.
You know, also in there as well. And then we have the Virginia Palmer, who's the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana, also present in there. In fact, we have a strong delegation from the UK as well. And as we go on, we'll have a conversation with the UK Minister in charge of Africa. He's also in town, and we'll be having a conversation with him as we go on here on your election command center.
And on your screen at the moment is the Chief Justice who will be swearing in the President-elect. And, you know, over the years, in moments like this, you hardly see the activities of the outgoing president. We saw him a while ago with his, as he refers to her, my beautiful wife, Rebecca. And
you need the cue card. You need a cue card.
Well, so, I mean, Martin, we are currently at the stage where we are expecting the Right Honourable Speaker's procession to enter the chamber. And so that is the stage where we are now. We already completed the other stage in terms of the Chief Justice and the Justice of the Superior Courts coming in to take their seats. And so the next step that we expect to happen is that the Speaker will come in, will enter the chamber. All members were expected to rise to receive him. Then the Speaker will take his chair. Then he will call the House to order. And so then that becomes a formal parliamentary session. Then the majority and minority leaders, at the invitation of the Speaker, will join the procession to receive HE, the President-elect, and HE, the Vice President-elect, to the House. And the next step will be that the President-elect and the Vice President-elect will be conducted into the chamber. Then the oaths administration goes on as well. And so that is it by way of what we can expect within the next maybe 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, you forgot the first, speech to the people.
Yes.
The president would have to speak to us for the very first time. 8 years ago, we had a rather terrible experience. After enjoying such a beautiful speech, we know what took place afterwards. Yeah. And so we'll be very keen on marking.
You want to say that we later found out that half the speech was plagiarized. You didn't want to go there.
but I mean, the point I'm making is we'll be very keen on listening to the incoming president, because whatever he says on that at that moment will set the tone
very significant
for how his government goes.
And it becomes the key speech that we are going to look out for at the end of the 4-year tenure. I mean, this president will be doing one term, and I say so because if you remember that speech, beyond the concerns about the plagiarism that had taken place, that speech many thought was a defining moment because it was the speech that the Ghana Beyond Aid was loudly trumpeted. I mean, the verdict is out there. 8 years on, the verdict is out there. I mean, we don't have to argue about it at all. I mean, we know how things are.
Remember, it was also the speech that encouraged the people to be citizens and not spectators.
Well, that falls within the plagiarized text, and so you can understand if you are still not, you have some concerns about it. You can still.
If we were not allowed to be citizens.
Well, it depends on how you want to look at it. But I mean, the keys, the significance of this particular address cannot be overemphasized. I mean,
absolutely.
We expect him to state quite clearly what his focus will be. And Mr. Mahama, in terms of His Excellency, I mean, during the campaign period, he had made a point strongly that he's an experienced hand. He's an experienced hand. He had been described by his political opponents as a second-hand driver. But the fact of the matter is that for the first time, we are going to have someone who is taking the oath, who has been president before. Mind you, he was at the presidency for 8 years, 4 as vice, 4 as president, then 8 years in opposition to see how Ghana has been managed, which in his opinion was mismanaged. He comes across with lots of experience.
I'm sure it's just in his opinion.
So we have
the verdict is out there, especially after the last.
Let's just put it out. The Speaker of Parliament, Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagwin, has just arrived at the Independence Square, where a parliamentary session is taking place right now. It's safe to say that he is the one who is going to preside over the parliamentary sitting today. Aside from the president-elect who's going to be sworn in today, he is the most important person at this gathering. If the Speaker hadn't arrived, we still cannot proceed with this particular swearing-in ceremony. So with the arrival of the Speaker, what you see there is the maize, and that has been set right before the Speaker's seat. The maize is standing upright. What that means is that all is well and the session can take place. If the maize had been swung anywhere beyond the middle, then we would have an issue. Exactly. Because the positioning of the maize communicates a particular situation. So as we see it now, the maize is standing upright. What that means is that parliamentary business is set to take place. The Speaker of Parliament went round and beckoned on his deputies as well. As we do know, yesterday, in fact, the early hours of this morning, we had Bernard Ahiafo, who is the Akachi South Member of Parliament, sworn in as the first Deputy Speaker, and also the Member of Parliament in the Ashanti region, Fomena constituency specifically, Andrew Esiama Amoako, also sworn in as the second Deputy Speaker. In fact, he retained that particular position as second Deputy Speaker of Parliament from the 8th Parliament. He is the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament for this 9th Parliament as well. We're seeing as well Kofi Boachi, who was recently announced as part of the preparatory team for the Operation Recover All Loot Oral.
He's also part
as
of
well.
the
security team as well.
He
He has a lot to do in this administration. As a matter of fact, during the campaign as well, he was in charge of the security for the NDC in the Ashanti region. You see former National Security Coordinator Larry Bevlo-Lati as well in your shot. Kofi Totobi Kwachi as well, who was in charge of the Ashanti region security and operations for the NDC during the campaign. The former Finance Minister Setekpe as well, you just saw briefly in there. It is widely speculated, and that has not been disputed, that Kesela Tuforsin, all things being equal, may become the next finance minister. And you remember, Dr. Kesela Tuforsin deputized him as Setekpe while in office as finance minister. We haven't heard so much of Setekpe apart from the day he appeared here during
Alfred,
after the elections on December 7th.
Another interesting point to note was yesterday, the NDC, even as of now, do not have their front bench. The leadership of the NDC in Parliament is unknown. It is because what we've heard is that they are waiting to see if President-elect Mahama will appoint any of the front benches, the front benches from the 8th Parliament, whether or not any of them will be made ministers, because you wouldn't want to put all your eggs in one basket and maybe become the leader of the majority in Parliament, only for the president to also say, well, I actually thought I wanted you for this particular ministerial position. So they are hanging on more or less, because Kesela Tuforsin, the current majority leader, is likely to be, like you indicated, if all things stay constant, likely to be the incoming finance minister.
Yesterday we were having a conversation and we were making a point that if you were in his shoes, would you want to take the risk and have new leaders constituted and wait to see what happens? And what if you don't get any position as been expected? Then what happens then? It would mean
I'm sure at this level, there is a certain certainty. Yeah. There's a certain certainty of where they will lean towards. And it's also good to see former President John Agyekum Kufuor holding the Ghana flag. Some people are saying he seems rather more excited about the fact that the John Dramani Mahama and the NDC are going to be, managing the affairs of the country really? At least for the next 4 years.
Why is that? Because he's smiling.
He had his own issues with the outgoing government.
He had serious issues with the MPP, and even in terms of the incoming government. You recall when he had endorsed Dr. Baumia in the build-up.
Yes.
One of, if I could describe him as his protege of sorts.
Yes. Absolutely. That was that interview that some 2 journalists had with him. A number of people thought that that was a plan one that didn't really work according to plan, and he thought that he really descended into the background of that kind of politics that then drew him into the arena of insults, and he was really berated for what he did during that particular period. But it's also instructive to note as well that he still remains a key figure in the NPP. And going forward, as the NPP is talking about rebuilding, reorganizing into 2028, he's one person that you cannot overlook. He has his own caucus in this particular NPP as we have it. There are many who thought that the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo-led NPP caucus did not treat the Kufuor caucus that well. So a number of persons who identified with his caucus really did not have a good time over the last 8-year period with Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo at the helm of affairs. You heard Boakye Jaku as well, the former energy minister, in that statement that he released. He says that there is this mindset that the party had been hijacked by one person who was behaving more like a Caesar, and so they need to seize their party back. Now, we'll see how things will play out in the coming days. Operation Recover Our Party, really.
Just a bit of information on the arrangements at the square. Yoko Kemini was talking about the colors. And so we understand that the red branded canopy is for the judiciary invited guests, which includes outgoing ministers, party executives, and the diplomatic corps. And in terms of the green branded canopy, special envoys, invited presidents, former presidents, and governors. Then there are 3 other black branded ones. Those are for the parliamentarians and spouses and parliamentarian staff. Then there is also 3 other yellow canopies. The first one is for the NDC Functional Executive Committee members. The second is for the former Vice President of Ghana and their spouses, and the middle yellow canopy is for the President-elect and Vice President-elect, the CJ, and the Speaker. And in front of that yellow canopy as an extended platform is for the Clerk and Marshal of Parliament. And so as and when those parts of the venue become available, would connect it to you and recap on who specifically are the individuals who are supposed to take that part of the venue. So
arriving now is Julius Madabio, who is the president of Sierra Leone. He is one of many presidents and heads of states who are expected to grace this all-important occasion. We have right now, as you're seeing, the minority leader of the 9th Parliament. How time changes so fast.
The immediate past majority leader, like Kemini and Martin, want to say.
You probably want to say it so he feels good. But as of this morning, he is the minority leader because the 9th Parliament has been sworn in. So effectively, Alexander Afenyomakin is the minority leader
an
of
interesting
this 9th
man
Parliament.
you can see it. For those of you watching on TV, that is Jacob Zuma from South Africa. On your screens,
Martin, what do you do with the accent today?
It is interesting that we actually do have him in the country to support the swearing in of John Dramani Mahama, who a few days, just about 2 days after the final declaration, had to take a quick trip around a number of countries, so he reignites relationship.
In fact, there's an interaction he had with President Akufo-Addo at the presidency. We managed to hear what they were talking about. Interestingly, when he met the outgoing president, we understand that the delegation from Equatorial Guinea are just arriving at the venue as well. And Martin, when he met the president, the former president, Nana Akufo-Addo, told him that you've been touring the continent a lot. You are traveling around. I see you traveling around. And you know his response? He said that, look, he wants to hit the ground running. And he does not want to travel once he takes over. So he wants to have time to settle immediately he takes over. And that is how come he was doing the tours that ordinarily he would be doing once he's taking office. And so that comes back to the point that we're making earlier on about the fact that, look, this is someone who is an experienced leader.
He's been there, he's done that. He knows the terrain. Of course, there might be a change or two based on what has happened in the last few years when he was in opposition. He didn't have direct access as president to some of the key decision makers on the continent and beyond. So it is instructive to especially many people who are watching, and based on the level of expectation of the president-elect, he had to quickly touch base with a number of the presidents of other countries, especially those that we have good bilateral relations with, to trigger or initiate conversations regarding what kind of assistance they can give us as a country now that he is about to take the realms of affairs of the country. And so it's part of why some of the countries he visited, those presidents have actually also decided to come down to support him in his inauguration. And we also have the leadership of the National Democratic Congress, the Chief of Staff also sat together. So that is Johnson Esiedun Ketia, National Chairman of the NDC in white. On his right, we have Julius Debra, who is the Chief of Staff. That was not in doubt because he was Chief of Staff when Mahama was president and was actually his right-hand man throughout opposition. I am personally amazed that the Rwandan president, Paul Kagame, is also in Ghana. I mean, it's amazing to have such dignified personalities on the continent come around to observe and grace the occasion. And some people of a certain level of repute have talked about how Ghana and Rwanda are the shining examples of what the continent can be if we are focused as a people in trying to help Africa out of its current doldrums and challenges. And Rwanda has been touted as a shining example on the continent. As we speak, many people have said, and personally I've also observed how Rwanda, their capital, Kigali, is the cleanest city city on the continent, and President Paul Kagame has been very instrumental in getting the country that had serious genocide in 1994 come out of that genocide, and now a shining example on the continent. So it looks like Ghana is also on the same path.
Martin, I have been to Kigali before. It's a beautiful country.
Very, very beautiful.
And what's amazed me about Kigali is the fact that, look, the land space is not particularly flat like we have it in most parts of the country. It's quite a hilly area.
Yeah.
But they've been able to build such that they make good use of space.
Yeah.
And so, because if you have a limited flat space, you go down a lot before you raise the building up. It's also a very, very clean country there. And so that is very important.
And it's the way they are orderly as a country that surprises me. And, you know, so when I asked him what he thought about Ghana, he said that a lot of them were looking up to Ghana. And, you know, Ghana and Rwanda also have a special relationship because Kwaku Anyidoho's father, coincidentally, happened to be one of the officers who was leading the delegation of soldiers at the time when they had the genocide there.
Well,
and
it's interesting. It's interesting how we're all talking about Rwanda with so much delight. Let's one day talk about Accra with such delight.
And that is why it's necessary to look at that example.
The president-elect John Dramani Mahama is arriving now at the venue that is the Independence Square, where the parliamentary session is taking place as we speak. So this is the moment all the persons, and in fact everyone watching us, has been waiting for. The president-elect John Dramani Mahama has arrived at the Independence Square. The ceremony will take place, in fact, will proceed in the next few minutes. As you see them, Sheikh Osman Nuhu Shaributu, the National Chief Imam, Dr. Sheikh Imam Nuhu Shaributu. See there also, you have one of the key persons in John Mahama's campaign, Professor Joshua Alabi, who sat with Kemini Amano not too long ago on hot issues, and he detailed the strategy that he also put in place and the role he played in the NDC winning power again after 8 years in opposition. And this is the moment, as we're seeing right now, with the arrival of President-elect John Dramani Mahama. Kemini, this is the moment we've all been waiting for, is it not?
Absolutely. And look at how packed the places. We are indeed ready for history. Let me quickly bring in my guests, pick their quick thoughts on events we are seeing so far. Prof, I'm going to start with you. The day has begun well. We're seeing the number of dignitaries and people who have thronged the Independence Square. What are your expectations of today? Your quick thoughts.
Okay, thank you so much, and good morning to your viewers. I think it speaks very well of our democracy and how far we have come as a country. But largely, the whole concept of inauguration is a generic term that will present three key things. So one, we are looking at the pomp and the pageantry that comes with this. Two, we are looking at the swearing in of the president-elect and then the vice president-elect. And then three, we are looking at the inaugural speech. That is the first policy position that the president-elect is going to deliver. In some countries, it's usually meant to address ill feelings and unite a country that has been divided as a result of a campaign, a hectic campaign, or any other thing that might have happened in the past. In some cases, it can be used to appeal for support of the country to rally behind him.
Prof, unfortunately, we're going to have to go. Alfred, where are you taking us now?
So we're going straight to the Parliament House at the Black Star Square. The Speaker is speaking now.
Honorable majority and minority leaders may proceed now.
President-elect.
The first arrival will be the Vice President-elect, then followed by the President.
Precisely. Sounding out the rhythm of Ghana. And now we have on our screens the police mounted squadron escorting, I believe, the Vice President-elect to the ground.
The crowd is ecstatic. The noise here is deafening, but it is all for happiness and for joy. We are witnessing a momentous occasion, Ghana having its first female vice president.
The bedlam here is intense. It is intense. There is much joy, happiness, excitement, all in readiness for what we are about to witness.
And security is also in full force. We have various security personnel deployed to ensure the total safety and security of personnel. They are all playing critical roles to ensure that this event goes seamlessly, devoid of any major hitches. We have rich display of culture.
I believe that is...
And that is DSP Mary Agamba. She's in charge of the police mounted squadron.
Invited guests
leading.
Arriving now is the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Shall we all wave our flags to welcome him? Invited guests. Arriving now is the President-elect, John Dramani Mahama. He is accompanied by his spouse, soon-to-be First Lady, Her Excellency Lordina Dramani Mahama. Shall we all wave our flags to welcome him? officials of Parliament. As I mentioned earlier, we will soon enter the chamber of Parliament, and so the Speaker of Parliament will shortly take over. Shall we please rise as they process into the chamber? I wish to announce that only accredited photographers and media personnel are allowed at the designated places on the square. Please, if you are not authorized to be on the square, kindly move back.
Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Members, I now have the singular honor and pleasure to invite Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, to administer the oaths to the President-elect and the Vice President-elect. We will start with the Vice President-elect, who will take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the oath of the Vice President. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, you may now do so now.
of allegiance. Kindly say after me. I,
Professor Nana Jane Oboko Ajiman,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold.
That I will uphold
the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect. And defend.
The Constitution.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Now the oath of the Vice President. I,
Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman,
having been elected
to
the office of Vice President of the Republic of Ghana,
to the office of Vice President of the Republic of Ghana,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful
and true
to
the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
That I will at all times.
That I will at all times
preserve,
protect,
and defend
the
Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
And I dedicate myself. To the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana. And to do right. To all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana. And suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Lift your
The Vice President of the Republic of Ghana shall now sign the oath book.
Yeah. Okay.
She's almost done signing the oath after the oath had been administered to her, and we can safely say that for the first time, Ghana has a female vice president. Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, being helped by the Chief Justice, also signing the same oath book as well, and the Judicial Secretary is also in short. There is also the Clerk of Parliament, who had quite a day in the early hours, just a couple of hours ago. And so, Her Excellency, congratulations are in order.
Indeed, and you saw, I think the Chief Justice, the leadership, is more elated than the Vice President as we speak, because she was just smiling, and when she was administering the oath of office of the Vice President, she was just, her joy was evident. The joy was evident, absolutely. This is
immediately after the elections, when she spoke to the gathering, to thank the people that, for voting for them. Remember that she wasn't well; she was wearing a mask. So this is the first time we are seeing her outside of that.
And can you remember
she's looking very well.
The
very
point
healthy.
about the ceiling thing we were talking about earlier, and her ladyship will understand that, because once Georgina Wood came in, we had to fire Kufu. Then Niniebwa came in between, then she also came in. And so that kind of gives the idea that she's taking a seat for the very first time.
And if I'm not mistaken, you could also tell from the Chief Justice's voice when she was saying, congratulations, Madam
that
Vice
is the
President.
Point of the joy.
Absolutely, she seemed to have been proud, for the fact that, this is our very first female Vice President.
Absolutely, and history has been made.
And look at how gorgeous, majestic she looks in that seat. Oh, goodness, it's so beautiful. The very first female Vice President.
Absolutely. Your Excellency, you may now proceed to do so.
Your Excellency, kindly say after me, this is the oath of allegiance. Your name?
John Dramani Mahama.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance.
And allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold.
And that I will uphold.
The sovereignty.
The sovereignty.
And integrity.
And integrity.
Of Ghana.
Of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
And defend.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Your Excellency, now the presidential oath.
I, John Dramani Mahama,
having been elected
to
the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And true.
And true.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
That I will at all times.
That I will at all times.
Preserve.
Preserve.
protect,
and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana, and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President. Let me be the first.
What is happening now is that he's signing the oath book. That is what is happening now. In the earlier moments we saw the president-elect take the oath and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and presidential oath. Then he will sign the oath book, which he's doing now. Once he's done, the national anthem will take place, and there will be a 21-gun salute to herald John Dramani Mahama taking over officially as a president of the Republic of Ghana.
Also, the Right Honorable Speaker will then invite the president to deliver his inaugural address. So that is the address that Kemeni earlier you mentioned is going to speak to the Ghanaian people and in fact the entire world as the president of the Republic of Ghana for the second time.
Indeed.
And that is the first in our history as a people. And a lot of talk already has started about his outfit today. In fact, if you look down into history, the late Jerry John Rawlings was sworn in. On that day he was sworn in, he had kente with the white inner. And then also he repeated the same attire in 1996. In 2000, John Agyekum Kufuor, when he was being sworn in, also had kente, but without any inner. Because the Evers wear the white inner, but the Ashantis do not wear anything. They show you their muscle and how tough they are. So John Agyekum Kufuor had kente without an inner. Fast forward to the late John Evans Mills, he had kente as well, but with an inner, because the Fantis also dress the same way. Then John Dramani Mahama, in fact, his first stint, this is not how he dressed.
No.
Right? And that's the point that you were making earlier. So fast forward to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he had kente on with no inner. He also showed out how muscular he was at the time in 2016. Then in 2024, we have this one as well. And that's what you're seeing right now with the president, John Dramani Mahama, now.
Today he's doing the one hand.
He's wielding the state sword.
And it's very important. And it's symbolic as well.
It's a symbol of presidential authority.
That is the symbol of authority of the president of the Republic of Ghana. Now he's held it with double hands, and also that has a meaning. If you recall, this became a talking point in 2016 when he held it with just one hand. In fact, the state sword, as we would call it,
Omana Akumfua.
Yes. A symbol of presidential authority, first held by Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah when he swore the oath of office on the 1st of July 1960. Blay, what do we know about this?
It's made of solid gold. The design is based on that of the double-bladed Afenanta, the traditional symbol of interstate peace. And that is what we saw him holding for the very first time in terms of it being sworn in again.
So the president is actually exchanging pleasantries with the very core individuals he'll be working with closely. So first, his wife, Dramani Mahama, and then also the chief of staff whom he shook hands with, and the deputy as well. So he's moving towards he just crossed the maze of parliament. Ordinarily, maybe everybody bows before the maze of parliament, but he's just walked past it.
Martin, I can tell you where he's heading. He's heading to the seat of state, the Asisegua.
Yes, he's going to sit on the seat of state by the Speaker of Parliament. So there he is. Again, you can see exchanging pleasantries with the Speaker of Parliament, his Vice President, Professor Jane, and the Chief Justice. Now, he's about to sit for the second time on the seat of authority, more or less, you can call it that way, which is the presidential seat. So,
indeed,
just to tell you
and you know, gentlemen,
we've gone full circle now.
Just drawing my attention to the fact that it is only John Dramani Mahama who's been sworn in 3 times. When Professor Mills died in 2012 and today. Yeah. So the history is a lot going on here. The record he's setting is a lot going on here today, right?
And it's interesting. If you read his book, My First Coup d'Etat, he makes the point about how a lot of the events that took place in his life were not within his control. He always makes the point that at every turn when he doesn't seem to know what lies next or what he intends to do next, something happens within fate that turns his life around. And he makes reference to how that very first coup d'etat changed his life, not just of himself, his entire family. Again, he makes the point about how at various points when he didn't even intend to know what he wants to do next, he ended up in politics, which was not his initial intent. We also know for a fact that the moment when he thought of exiting politics as well, he was asked to be vice president, and when he even thought he was still done and he didn't want to be part anymore, we saw what happened again. He becomes president, and we see him staying away for 8 years and coming back.
A true nation builder, committed to forging a brighter future for all Ghanaians. John Mahama embodies the pillars of leadership that our nation craves: trustworthiness, reliability, modesty, and above all, truthfulness. From the moment he stepped into the political arena, John Mahama has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the people of Ghana. His approachable demeanor, paired with his genuine concern for the needs of the Ghanaian, has earned him their trust. A trust that is pivotal for any leader aiming to guide a nation through challenging times.
What I really like about JDM is his humility. The man is simply so down to earth, it's unbelievable. He's so humble, it's unbelievable. I really like that about him.
Mama osronyame, odonyame, osronyame, openi pasem, okita kumapa. Mihuna se mehu me nuabema. Oyo bi nso a onyiye nipam. We are akwala o, we are openi o, we are pepeni o, we are twivi o, we are bebi a tribe bi a ofibia Joma amata wase. On kase we inye twivi, we inye we.
Honorable members, President Mahama is practical. He communicates his issues very, very well. And he understands the Ghanaian politics very well. He understands the Ghanaian people very well. And that is what I like about him. The brand from Dramani.
1431680202913511. And Crypokias.
His personality.
And now, on your behalf, invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to deliver his inaugural address. Your Excellency, you may now proceed to do so.
hold it. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Members of Parliament, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Ghana, and special guest of honor for this occasion, Your Excellencies, Presidents, Heads of Government and Development Agencies, Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and former Presidents, Your Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters. I wish you a good morning, and we give thanks to the Almighty God on this occasion. Our Father who art in heaven, we thank you for giving us this day, a day that offers me, your humble servant, a unique opportunity to work to reset our dear country, Ghana. 32 years ago, on January 7th, Ghana made its first and most successful democratic transition, a reset, with the swearing in of the newly democratically elected President, Jerry John Rawlings of blessed memory. Our nation was returned to a multi-party democracy with a new constitution that went into effect, and the Fourth Republic was officially established. I refer to it as a reset because on that day in 1993, we made our fourth attempt at establishing a democratic system of government with term limits based on free, fair, and transparent elections. The handover of power on January 7, 2001, between former President Jerry John Rawlings and at the time the newly elected President John Agyekum Kufuor, tested that reset, and our nation passed with flying colors. So today, with my induction as the new President of the Republic of Ghana, history is being made once again. And it is a history worth repeating every 4 years with each newly elected president. Today, we're also making a different kind of history. One that speaks to our maturity as a democracy, a nation of citizens enfranchised with the authority at the polls to determine their political future. Today's exercise between the outgoing President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and I feels a bit like a deja vu. That is because 8 years ago to this day, on January 7, 2017, we shared this same space and performed this same transitional exercise. At the time, I was the outgoing president, having served one term, and he was the incoming president, having been given a mandate by the people of Ghana to lead this great nation of us. He and I both understood on that day, as I'm sure we are today, that it is the people of Ghana that we are elected to serve. Somehow, it seems fitting that it is with Nana Akufo-Addo that I twice shared this stage and this unique historical distinction. Because Nana Akufo-Addo and I began our national political careers in Parliament in the same year, 1996. He has always greeted me with warmth, a firm handshake, and a smile. And he is perhaps the only person in my life who has persistently chosen to call me Johnny. While we belong to opposing political parties, we shared a sense of mutual respect. In those early days, we probably could not have imagined that destiny would bring us to the leadership of our respective parties and that we would have to face off 3 separate times as we each vied for the highest office of the land. Nana, as this will be our final meeting under these circumstances, and as I look back on the journey we have traveled together, 2 much younger men who entered Parliament together with a full head of black hair, and you with the same bald head and round eyeglasses, I have to say that you have, without exception, been a worthy opponent. I extend my warmest wishes to His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. It was a grueling campaign, and we gave it our all. Your sportsmanship in making an early concession eased tensions and contributed to the early conclusion of the electoral contest. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. My brothers and sisters, the world in which Ghana exists today, as I begin this presidency, is not the same world in which we have lived under other presidencies. There are tensions and conflicts that have not previously existed between nations. These tensions and conflicts place pressure on alliances to decide where we will support. There's a seismic shift happening within the system of global economic dominance. Whereas the G7 nations, United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan once provided the highest percentage of the world's GDP, over the last decade, that number has been steadily dropping. However, the combined total of the GDP of the BRIC nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, UAE, their GDP has been consistently increasing. In 2023, for instance, the G7's combined total of world GDP was 30%. But by 2029, that number is predicted to drop to 27%. In 2023, the BRICS percentage of world GDP was 37.3%. And so what does this mean to us in Ghana? What could it mean to our economy? Where do we fit in this geopolitical maelstrom? Technology such as artificial intelligence has taken us to new heights, opening up the potential for national, financial, and personal security issues that we are not yet able to imagine. One example is the use of misinformation and algorithm manipulations on social media platforms to sway a particular group's sentiments towards or away from something. Now more than ever before, we need to strengthen our ties with our neighbors to ensure that we're working together to keep our sub-region safe. We stand in solidarity and work in alliance with all our neighbors in the sub-region. Recognizing the history of our borders, we also acknowledge that on the other side of our country's borders are our family members. They may be Ivorians, they may be Togolese, they may be Burkinabes, they may be Nigerians or Malians, but they are also Akans, they are Kassinas, they are Gwans, they are Ewes, they are Nzemes, they are Hauses, they are Moshis and Gurmes. Because we are all part of one another, one big family. With the increase of the climate crisis, and as the waters grow warmer, melting the Arctic ice and permafrost, there's a greater likelihood for viruses that have been frozen and thought to be extinct for decades, perhaps even centuries, to begin to spread and create another global pandemic. The changing climate conditions, increased population density in urban areas, and mass international travel are enabling existing viruses to spread and mutate at a faster and faster rate than they did before. This is a serious challenge. Let us not forget the toll that the past epidemics of viruses like Ebola, COVID and mpox have taken on the families and communities and medical infrastructure in several of our neighboring countries and in the sub-region. Let us also not forget how swiftly and completely the COVID pandemic brought the entire world to a screeching halt. My government will be working diligently to strengthen our public health systems while monitoring the global health situation so that when, and not if, but when the next pandemic or epidemic occurs, the loss of lives in Ghana will be minimal. The larger world exists around us and to some extent within us. While we cannot and should never use it as an excuse to stray from the direct and immediate needs of Ghana for the well-being of our citizens, we must also bear in mind that the affairs of the world, if we care to shape, lessen, avoid, or even at the other end of things, maximize the effect they have on us. My brothers and sisters, barely a month ago, we held historic elections that have caused dramatic shifts in our political landscape. I feel greatly honored that you, my compatriots, considered me worthy of receiving such an unprecedented and overwhelming mandate to steer the affairs of our beloved nation at this critical time in our history. The magnitude of this victory in the presidential elections and the gains that were made by my party, the National Democratic Congress, in the parliamentary elections naturally and justifiably resulted in great joy and celebration across our country, Ghana. But celebrations, no matter how justified and how well earned, must be supplanted by discernment, sobriety, and deeper insights into why we received this kind of mandate in the first place. By voting as you did on December 7th, the Ghanaian people conveyed a powerful message, yet often overlooked by us politicians. This message was powerfully emphasized by a giant of American political history, President Ronald Reagan, when he declared at his inauguration some 40 years ago that governments have no power except that granted by the people. While Ghanaians take great pride in our thriving democracy, they are deeply dissatisfied with the quality of governance over the years and have openly voiced that dissatisfaction through the decisive actions that they undertake at the elections. Our people also understand that democracy is not just a token adorned with periodic elections followed by pomp and pageantry with the establishment of a new government. They expect that if democracy is celebrated as a superior means of governance, then its outcomes must be more tangible and benefit them in their individual lives. Any honest introspection and reflection on the pulse of our nation would reveal that many within our population do not feel that they have benefited from or partaking in this democratic dividend. Where people buffeted by severe economic crisis and hardships, and in the last few years we have lurched from crisis to crisis. But there is hope on the horizon. Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity, an opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance and our economic management. We shall reset our dear nation, Ghana. To the millions of my fellow countrymen and women who joined long queues and waited in the sun for their turn to vote for me, you have my sincerest thanks for honoring me. My firm, immutable assurance is that your votes will matter in the work that I'll do to make a difference in the destiny of this dear nation of ours. Your courage to bring change will not go in vain. Our nation was born with much promise That promise would seem hazy and in doubt now because of all that has happened in the past. But I urge you, my fellow countrymen, not to be sucked into a state of perpetual pessimism. For some time, our country has urgently needed leadership with an unwavering desire to get things done. I, with all humility, assent that I intend to be that leader with your cooperation and your help. As your next leader, I shall strive to exercise sound judgment and be able to make the right calls at the right time. I will have the humility and presence of mind to take responsibility for any challenges and be willing to act firmly and timeously to resolve the challenges that we face as a nation. Since the elections, I have read and heard the word hope used many times in relation to my presidency and what it should offer the citizens of Ghana. I intend to speak plainly and clearly to you today, and every time I address you subsequently, I intend to always tell you the truth. The circumstances we find ourselves in are indeed dire, but even so, I'll be decisive and swift in my actions. We'll focus our initial efforts on 4 critical areas. The first is economic restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment. The second is the improvement of the business and investment environment to ensure that Ghana is once again open for business. The third is governance and constitutional reforms. And the final, but not the least, is accountability and the fight against corruption. My brothers and sisters, actions have always spoken louder than words. With that in mind, I have entered into a covenant with you, the good people of Ghana, in which I have enumerated 26 actions that I'll take within my first 120 days. There is reason for hope, and there is every reason for hope. But we must also have faith, because faith empowers us to trust the things that will happen. With faith, you believe what you know, and that is why we need faith to be able to achieve our reset. We need a reset with the faith we have in our country and our leadership. We need a reset with the faith we have in our institutions. We need a reset with our faith in our dear nation, Ghana. And by that, I mean in all of us, because all of us are Ghana. You are Ghana, and I am Ghana. All of you seated here today, Ghanaian citizens, you are Ghana. The people who you are with or near you as you watch this on television, in your homes, or listen on radio, or follow on social media are what we call Ghana. I ask that we enter into the covenant with the Ghana we all love and the good people of our country who make up this dear nation. And I ask that you envision a Ghana that you want to live in, a Ghana that you want to leave behind to your children and your grandchildren. What can you do to help build that better Ghana that we all strive for? What behaviors, what attitudes and mindsets can we reset? We need a reset, and we have faith in Ghana's ability to overcome, excel, and be so successful with this reset that it will be difficult to imagine a time when that was not the case. As we stand at this momentous crossroads in our nation's history, I am honored and humbled to accept the mantle of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Today we celebrate a new administration and herald an unprecedented era of opportunity and transformation. With Nana, Jane, Opoku-Agyeman by my side, we are poised to embark on a journey of progress and inclusivity, united in our vision for a more prosperous Ghana. This day is particularly special for us and for every Ghanaian who dreams of a society where barriers are shattered and ambitions are realized. With the inauguration of Ghana's first female vice president, we have turned a significant page in our history. Nana Jane's ascension to the high office is not merely a personal triumph. It symbolizes our collective commitment to fostering a nation where gender equality and female representation are cherished and amplified. This is a powerful testament to the power of diverse voices to shape the future, voices that have the courage to soar beyond our traditional confines. My brothers and sisters, together as we look to the horizon, we reaffirm our dedication to breaking the glass ceiling that has long hindered many from reaching their full potential. Governance that reflects all segments of our population strengthens our democracy and enriches our conversation. We stand committed to enacting policies that empower women and ensure that the door of opportunity is opened wide for our youth and our women, regardless of their background. Together, we'll galvanize our efforts to create a society where every Ghanaian can dream, believe, and achieve without any restraints. Remember that great leadership is not defined merely by the offices we occupy, but by the legacy that we leave for future generations. My administration, along with my Vice President, Nana Opoku-Agyeman, will prioritize inclusivity, accountability, and innovation, forging pathways that would lead to the upliftment of all of our citizens. I'm profoundly grateful for this moment, a cornerstone in our journey towards a brighter future for Ghana. In this resounding victory, I see a clarion call, particularly from the youth of Ghana, a generation that is brimming with potential and dreams that are waiting to be realized. This moment, the powerful affirmation that your voices matter, that your aspirations are valid, and that your future must be our priority. We're committed to translating your hopes into action and creating opportunities for education, entrepreneurship, employment, and empowerment. Our policies will be tailored to sustain innovation and foster industry that engages today's young minds and equip them with the skills needed for tomorrow's challenges. Together with the private sector and captains of business, we will create decent and well-paying jobs. As we embark on this new chapter, I assure you that our decisions will champion diversity in all facets of governance, ensuring that every Ghanaian, regardless of your ethnicity, your gender, your age, your religion, or any background, will have the opportunity to contribute to our nation's story. Ghana's youth represent the heartbeat of our democracy. Their ambition will drive our policies as we strive to create an inclusive, equitable society where everyone has a seat at the table. Our vision hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy. We envisage an innovative and vibrant 24-hour Ghanaian economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. This innovative approach would unlock potentials that have long remained dormant, enabling us to harness the energy and creativity of all our people. Just imagine a Ghana where our markets are alive and bustling at all hours of the day, with responsive public services accessible at all times, such that businesses can operate flexibly to meet the diverse demands that they are subjected to. And young people, including entrepreneurs, can find opportunities regardless of traditional institutions. The 24-hour economy model will also bolster job creation for the young people, stimulate local industry, and attract foreign investments, and allow us to build resilient communities and a sustainable future. This vision extends beyond mere economic transactions. It symbolizes empowerment, the empowerment of every Ghanaian to contribute to our national progress. My fellow citizens, this vision will allow us to embrace diversity, to cater to varied lifestyles and preferences, and foster a culture of inclusion, ensure that every citizen can enjoy the fruits of his hard work. To the business leaders and entrepreneurs, I invite you to support this new model and join me in shaping a business environment where creativity thrives and where the fruits of your investments contribute to the collective welfare of our nation. Your role in driving our economy forward cannot be overstated. Your innovation and dedication will be a backbone of our success story. And I pledge to you that we would look at the tax regime and rationalize them so that they are more transparent and fair. Members of the business community, I assure you, Ghana is open for business again. Let me thank you, Your Excellencies, my fellow presidents, for leaving what is a busy schedule behind and coming to join us at this ceremony. Your presence brings honor to this inaugural ceremony. And I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you and to our sister countries who have traveled from near and far to be with us today. Your presence is a testament to the strong bonds of friendship and cooperation that exist between our nations. And I promise you I will work to foster the partnerships that transcends our borders, and I'll work collectively with you towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect between our nations. To my friends from across Africa and the world, I thank you and welcome you to Ghana. And in our local parlance, I say Akwaba to all of you. To my family and fellow citizens, my wife Lodina, I thank you for your unwavering support and commitment to our shared vision. This journey is not mine alone. It belongs to all of us. It belongs to each of you. Let today be the dawn of a new era of hope, an era of job creation, an era of accountability, an era of institutional strengthening and resilience, and an era of unparalleled potential for all Ghanaians. We will write the next chapter in Ghana's story, and it will be one of promise, transparency, and transformative progress. My fellow citizens, this is a patriotic call to action for all of us to participate in building a nation that lives up to its promise, where hope thrives and dreams become a reality. Together, let us cultivate a brighter future for our beloved Ghana, where unity, progress, and equality are not just ideals we aspire to, but are the very fabric of our nation. In closing, I invite you to partner with us on this journey. Together we can create a brighter future for our beloved Ghana, where unity, progress, and equality are not simply goals we are aiming for, but are the cornerstone of our society. Let's work hand in hand to foster these values and strengthen our nation for everyone. My fellow citizens, our invited guests, I thank you very much. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. I thank you.
behalf, I convey the gratitude of the House to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for his address. Your Excellency, the House is extremely grateful to you. Honorable members, may now we have the presence of our special guest of honor in the distinguished personality of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of the Republic of the Federal, I should say the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is my honor to now invite him to deliver his address. Your Excellency, you are welcome to do so now.
Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, Head of State and Government here present, Right Honorable Speaker and Members of Parliament of Ghana, members of the diplomatic corps, eminent personalities here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is always good when a friend and brother can visit the home of a close neighbor to celebrate his success and progress with him. Today, we celebrate African democracy as Ghana and our beloved people mark the transition from one democratic government to another. This moment does not merely symbolize another milestone in the evolution of Ghanaians' democratic society. It further demonstrates that in West Africa, we are capable of democratic and productive endeavors. It is time that our continent critics stop forgetting the strides that Ghana, Nigeria, and others have made. We need not prove ourselves to them. We have nothing to prove to anyone except ourselves. We will lift our nations out of poverty and build strong and resilient economies for our people.
Today, I am here not only as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but also as an African in resolute support of Ghana and our people. This moment is a source of pride and honor for Ghanaians, the entire continent, and its diaspora. The sun is out and the sky may be blue, but I see today a black star rising high in African sky. This black star shines over this nation, and its rays spread across this continent with a sense of shared history, hope, compassion, unity, devotion to our common welfare. While others may seek to demean Africa and keep brothers pitted against brothers, that shining star reminds us of who we are. Better yet, it reminds us of who we can be. That star reminds us always to strive and work together, bond together, even when we disagree. We must choose the path of peaceful dialogue. Never can we do harm to our brothers, nor can we permit any outsider to disrupt our bonds of brotherhood. The spirit of Ghana, the first Republic President, Osagebo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, is here present today, lifting that star higher and higher. Just as Ghana draws inspiration and a well of strength from Kwame Nkrumah and many of his past leaders, Nigeria similarly draws inspiration from its founding fathers, who not only fought for our independence, but also cherished the close relationship between our two nations. May we always walk in the way and in the spirit of these enlightened leaders. Ghana is in harmony with that spirit, and President John Mahama inauguration today reflect that. Your new president is a man of patriotic vision and substance. He loves his nation and his people to the core. He believes that your nation has a mission and intend for you all to fulfill it. No one can ask more of a leader than that. President John Mahama and I share a deep friendship. My dear brother, I am here to walk with you. You know you can count on Nigeria's support at any given time. You call on me. We are your brothers and sisters. We shall always be there for you. May your administration be a profound success and progress for you, Ghanaians, and the entire region. I am confident that new government under the leadership of President John Mahama will work with Nigeria to strengthen this powerful bond, leading to greater shared progress, prosperity for the people of our two nations. I have no doubt that your administration will bring about positive change and progress. Your accession to the power should also mark a new and invigorating momentum in pursuing sub-regional and integration and progress. With laser focus, we can tackle our people's most pressing problem of poverty, youth unemployment, instability, insurgency, and many other problems hampering our desired progress. May Ghana's democracy continue to grow stronger. May progress and prosperity be your portion. Let us all look forward to a future filled with hope, opportunity, and progress. God bless Ghana and its beloved people. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria and its beloved people. God bless ECOWAS. God bless our beloved Africa. I thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
Honorable members, we are indeed inspired by the warm words of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I now have the honor to, on your behalf, invite the visiting heads of state and former presidents to congratulate the President of the Republic of Ghana. I have a real tall list It is my hope and prayer
radio, the emotion, more radio, the emotion is former president, Nana Dankwa. And Nana Dankwa Kufuado, I call Ekochia, President and afe vice president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. No sorry ye no hu se dede ewo eye nipa dimu asa wo mu huro no de ade a Ghana for de na ye dey
wuti huro
okay o say
wuti huro
am ti wu am me hu maybe I would enye bia mama den tre no so ya bunya botre ba me o mu amweti na mutie radio ye me ma so te na me ga
na so te ye do
na onu achi na former president die Akufo se mu nim se no wheelchair ninti say John Dramani Mahama president so si form na obechia former president die Akufo because wheelchair na sa ti so mpega na omode akode Akufo ese the African way kama ya wono ne wheelchair no no anetwi na ade electric and wo twi akotena baby a ye de man no eho na former president womunyina echiechia the president elect. We just have 2 former presidents Ghana na president John Dramani Mahama wono the inaugural speech edia abewie emanei nipa eto nsafre no a special guest Nigeria mampanyini Ahmed Tinubu wono so aba the speech na speech no ensemo a woboro so ni nyina no ye bekeka bi ama motie bi His Excellency John Dramani Mahama had very kind words for the former president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. In fact ensemo okafa no tumu say omaya namfofo ache woso omunyina rura parliament afia pema hankro ne adiokono ensia na bra omura parliament tumu say Nanado netia kwabo yi na wodi rura parliament ene wono so na nti hu etum ne de no so aye fita ne kwabo ya ne wodi di president na ohwese de a anamfofa ne te wo parliament na ono nko ana na ado nko ana etumi frɛ ono John Dramani Mahama Johnny wa friend Johnny sa
as highlight
enen ebesinle enti wo ye namfofo na enye ne wonwa sede na wo ye adwuma parliament se wo me no obi agina afa na afa na nso wo nyina atumi ababayo mempanyin na de anika wo ne se ebra na Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ewi ni Ghana abendwa no anase abato no that was in 2016 no president no abeye former or hand over edema na Addo strangely ono so abe hand over back to ono John Dramani Mahama indeed history apostle the NTA speaker ye beto aso
distinguished dignitaries, the heads of states and presidents from various countries to come to congratulate His Excellency the President of Ghana. And I will start with our special guests, the President, the Commander-in-Chief, and the Head of State of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the person of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to lead in this whole exercise. Your Excellency, you may proceed to do so now. Immediately after him will be His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame. Then follows His Excellency the President of the Republic of Togo, His Excellency Faure Gnassingbé. After him comes His Excellency the President of Benin, the Republic of Benin, in the person of Patrice Talon. Then follows the President of Gambia, His Excellency Adama Barrow. After him, we have His Excellency Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Federal Republic of Sierra Leone. Immediately follows His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
After His Excellency, thank you, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, we have His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Embalo, the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. After him follows the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde, His Excellency Jose Maria Neves.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Hello, madam. Thank you very much. The Black Star.
After the President of Cabo Verde, we have His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the rural boy, who is the President of the Republic of Kenya.
I went to his farm, Beautiful farm.
Rural boys. The rural boy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Honorable members, after His Excellency William Ruto, this is the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai Sr. We also have His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. He is the President of the Republic of Namibia. Sorry. That is a she, not a he. Doctor, you may forgive me. After Her Excellency, the President of Namibia, is His Excellency Basiru Diomaye Faye, the President of the Republic of Senegal. We then have the President of the Republic of Chad, in the person of His Excellency Mahamat Idris Deby Itno. After him, we have the President of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Gideon Boku. After him comes the head of state of the strong people of Burkina Faso, His Excellency Captain Ibrahim Traore. Members, the full meaning of Burkina Faso means strong men and women of integrity. We have His Excellency Brigadier General Bryce Clotaire Oligui Nguema, the President of the Republic of Gabon. After him, we have His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya, who is the President of Guinea-Conakry. And after him, we have the Prime Minister Abdoulaye Maïga is the Prime Minister of Mali. We also have the Prime Minister of Niger in the person of Mr. Lamine Zain Ali Mahman, and the Prime Minister of Haiti, His Excellency Fritz Alphonse Jean.
I think Mali.
Prime Minister Mali, Prime Minister of Niger. After him is the Prime Minister of Haiti. Bonjour, ça va? Bienvenue. Merci beaucoup. After that, we have the Vice President of Equatorial Guinea, in the person of His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo. Then follows the Vice President of Uganda, in the person of Jessica Rose Epel Alupo. We have the Vice President of the Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango. That is rather the Vice President of Tanzania. We also have with us the Vice President of La Côte d'Ivoire.
Greetings from President Museveni.
The person of Chiemoko Meiliet Kony. Côte d'Ivoire. After His Excellency the Vice President of la Côte d'Ivoire, we have the Vice President of Mauritania, His Excellency Mohamed Adihali Khatra.
My father. Congratulations.
Right, nti ye kasai na omampanyini ene abedi akyerefo bi a wo mo free o mama so na
we now have the Speaker of Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco, His Excellency Rashid Talbi Alami. After him is the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. Together with his younger brother, the former President of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Morocco.
I'm Speaker of Morocco.
Yes,
I hope to see you.
Yes. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, fantastic. Wonderful. All right. Thank you.
After His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, we have the former President of Liberia, in the person of Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. After her, we have the former President of the Federal Republic of South Africa, in the person of His Excellency Jacob Zuma. After the former President of South Africa, we have the former President of Germany, His Excellency Christian Wolff. Ghana, Germany,
We broke one of the
follows the foreign minister of the European Union,
Thank you very much.
Belgium, European Affairs, Foreign Trade, and the Funeral Culture Institute. His Excellency Bernard Quintin. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Good to see you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
After the foreign minister of EU, we have the senior minister, His Excellency Jean-Jacques Broya of Congo Brazzaville.
Congratulations. Well done, well done. All the best for your administration.
After Congo Brazzaville, we have the Minister for Africa, the United Nations, the Commonwealth and Human Rights of United Kingdom. Speaker? Yes. In the person of Lord Collins of Highbury.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have to start with.
After him comes the Minister for Defense of Zimbabwe, Honorable Opa Michinguri Kashiri.
President Mahama.
So nice to visit before.
Look at you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Congratulations on your re-election.
We're all proud of it. I thought you did it.
We also have the Minister for Housing, Lands and Maintenance of Barbados, Honorable Dwight Sutherland, Member of Parliament.
Yes. You got the invitation at your place. I understand. Yes, thank you. All the best. Give my brother my regards. Yeah. Yes. You can tell him I'm coming. Okay. Are we done? Thank you.
Barbados.
Greetings from Prime Minister.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's quite long. I have to cut protocol and go to invite the former Vice President of our great Republic of Ghana, in the person of His Excellency Dr. Mahmoudou Bawumia, Honorable members, once again, the list is very, very long. I will now invite the President of the ECOWAS Commission, in the person of His Excellency Dr. Omar Eliu Kuri. We have so many special envoys and ministers from Czech, Israel, Spain, China, Japan, Russia. We have the mayor of Los Angeles, United States. And please, you are all invited to follow in this order, the order I just mentioned. Thank you. Czech, Israel, Spain, China, Japan, Russia, Mayor of Los Angeles, Deputy General Secretary of the United Nations, Ms. Amina Mohammed, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, the African Union Commission Chairperson, Special Envoy, His Excellency Wamikele. And we have the Honorary Consul General for Nigeria and Ghana of Belize, Dr. Ifeanyiku Ifede.
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, extracting the meeting.
We have the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, the Secretary General of Climate Vulnerable Forum, Pan-African Parliament, the President himself, His Excellency Chief Fortune Zephania Charbura. We have the African Development Bank. The President of the African Development Bank is here himself. We have the Vice President of the World Bank in charge of Western and Central Africa. Then the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, our own Dr. George Ajekum Donko. We have the United Bank for Africa, Chairman of the group, Mr. Tony Elumelu, and we have the Ambassador of Bahamas, yes. We have the President of the Secretary General of the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, Mr. Leonardo Santos Simao, and the Deputy National Secretary.
I was a Fontina, Egusuntia, the end, so be a betiana. Nipa ne pede tia obetimi ehunu mampanyi wo mo aka nyina ba nyina no ministers ne ye bank fuwe ni ade na echiechia na ne wawa otumu se nana afi nipa ba president kwa otumu se wable eduga bi obisa se esi na wo se da bi kakra ko ya okay kwa ne kakra okay wajira wabre wajira wajinchi abre pa na mekra de no ye mmobo kese ana se de mdwe ne ho kese speaker himself
one sorry
one so wo hwe time o tra si ya one sorry ye list na wa mo bia nkanse mo etre o mame na eyede ya nyame be ya dum wa bre
free head o ya list ni besi
because asa wa atrase atedodo na mo betia obi apese o tia bi wa makwan so mo anchia diplomatically betimi ha dwene e bia wa yim
no what the baby na afre no so mra na wo hwe
ba me did say enchia tentene say no nka conference center wa they could have done the heads of states, the vice president, the former president.
Conference center,
well, I understand that. It was near church and someone, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Ebroso and pay na yentwa enkomono so ne nsema o kan ma kan de di kan fa na do dan kwa kufu ado ho afi o ka pandemic sahodo ya o no so se de be atwa mu na ene de ma o hwe se ba globally ye nyina keka ho bom no a ne ma bi kire se be da ye nim nyina ada e da na koma so a o dwene ho afi o kasa about the abato ye to ye ya abosume pepe ni ene ye koto sa aba no a o da Ghana fo nyina ase de abato a kire se gidie mapa ene wo de ahye ne mu wo kire se ne amemo governance no ehu behia pa na ehwe amemo no anya amemo a keke ye kaka bi memnka bi amemo no a se nipa no a wo mo gike bi memnka bi amemo no wo munya ho mfaso kire se adwuma bi no oyo se adwuma no wo pa yo se kire se bibia no mfaso bo mu no hwe se de economy aye de etie yi a ye de ya ehu behia se reset ne beba so nti omunya ne mu didie se be ya obetimi adane dane economy ne yie woda Ghana fo na omo ehwe kwan se abato no nyade a ebeye kwa wo kire se abato no enye kwa de omo hwe kwan se panimu ye de tumi sa ahye ne nsa wo beye no no age atum se wo beye se adwuma no afi wo kire se ade a wode ahobrase kukudro ni jidie ebeye adwuma no se de be o hawo a ye kurekura mu nei wo betimi eyi ni na afri won wo so won intro da wo be ka no kura bra bia bra o hawo ho yesika sam nya wo ma beto ato ase economy ni tende kona saade no wonye wo be ba betre se sika sam na nya o nti Ghana for ebe ne den sa sam no wodi to dwa e wo dwumade na se wo be very focused no ahwe say economy no wo betimi a restructure na tumi aboa na ma akọ na mo amoye ye mo amadwuma businessmen ne mo amoye investment no wo se wo be ye ho adwuma na etumi aboa no mo nya didi ye wo Ghana mu se be ne 24-hour economy no mo so betumi de mo ho ajimbie na etumi aboa na Ghana no ye economy na etumi emu abie na obi ho ato no na ye tumi aboa wo se ne ma hodo de se na ni so wo pese wo ye no ebi na me bobo so kire na economy ye to so mienu obesan ahwe eye adwumadwuma de toso miensa good governance any constitutional reforms and de atodwa de toso 9 wo be fight against corruption make us say na yire Dramani Mahama na eba bechia any NDC mpanyimfo na omunyina de animu bechia Professor Joshua Labi Edimubi ya ono na campaign chairman Wodimubi general secretary and the chairman himself womunyina eba bechia His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na IGP obi ebre ne mo IGP so bre yi entia ne anu atwa salute na oja anu atwa sa we dina ho sa ye mo president abaso wono no we dina ho sa speaker
and now to say what even president heads of states no now what but we said their vice president what trust no sorry na dampa me so obi abebre na dampa le ewurade so agenti ni ye ya no atwa salute no atwa se wa sorry chem wo mo hwe no wontenente na da no former president muni ebre me mete say former president woni papa no tena office saa eno wo mko fie wo mko ya na wo mo sign e ba bank
ko biara ba
ko dware ye no sign mate wo sign ba na o mo ye o mo sign adwuma nti no ko la pass ye no wa tete wan ho so saa na nkete ya cha
brebe ke se wo e ba sa tea black tea ni sa ne ma ne
black tea ono kura no po president umu ye wo ne ma sorry o me we your man penyina me so de
the see ya wo no black coffee sa wo mpe so obeda no coffee ni sa tea ye bibi e na abeda
na wo de coffee pa na cheese
unsa
and biscuit
wo mfie no so ko kan sa ne cafe
wo gba akokora sa no
no me sa ka wo se no mo nkwan
no nya kwan da
wo what ya say
so any sa no man na sleeping tablet here no
that is what program
papa no na
wo so no mo nkwan unsa nkwan the ingredients ni nyina bi wu eno ne be boa so ya me ma black coffee ni sa be da ne ho nkwa wo so
ya to aso anti ne ma na ma kirem dada na afei wo kire se ne ya de ba ko a waka hyebo wo ne Ghana fo wo eye covenant eno kra kan say du collect one wo ne wo mo wa pam na pam no a wo ne Ghana fo no ne ma aduonu nsia bi eye enna ba ko ahane aduonu 120 days ne ma aduonu nsia na wo ka ho asem na pe ye be ka ho asem wo ha na obetimi aboa no reset Ghana reset institutions na Ghana for no emu no so wo mebeboa no mo so etumi reset na ma Ghana no etumi akwana nim papa ye wo se wo beboa ma ne ye ma ye kanko eda na koma so na mmebu no titru ne ma wo be bie economy nim sele be ya mono mugidie na hihim wo Ghana no etumi asai ababak ma ne ma akwana nim afi wo so nyaade a wo ba mfie nan wo be de da ne ho na mu wi amama ne 44 akaka de mpa akere no wo be ja legacy bibia nka ye dumbi na mo de aka otukono na etia no otukono
na brass
na etia no sami photo ni chia ebe chia second otukono na etia mama nka otukono na me gbo otukono mama nka otukono de enwie
wa ye de
ene me to aso enti
enum no ana
dide bwenum ye to aso ana che se woda Ghana fo nyina ase titiri ne mmebuno no eto aba no na wo kire se adesuamu wo mudwuma o mpeso o ye entrepreneurship ni industry no obehwe na etumi epeja na o manya adwuma ayo adwuma na adwuma bia akeka adwuma betua ka yie I well paying jobs
was decent
basa ko kwasa dia ai baby bana adwuma bia adwuma so no na nye nti ebeba na beba osika papa dia na no Malik na no wasasi uto anso wo moto abawie wo ko Dubai Malik wala men ya no atwa salute adai wa babetia Malik Basintele I mean a proud young man also the way a president ni di nkomo no hwe we 2 months was president nya say bia yi
Rock it down 0502
Ghana mai yedia sam de biabo obi benya wa na fi yade amama kama sam ene yade no ti ana amadi alternative health center yedi abramo awar form pe awo say your kidney and our liver e ho na techema o hypertension ana edu nya achichele diabetes ana tetewo wo stroke akwa to dem wachina na ntiabre enso ntimi nko ye betu stroke na say e ma deku amonya wa hoto wa opasi massage ye
miam na mu wo mamu enum youth num we ne ba no
Choma unya hoto akuponcha yi ebi wa madi alternative health center wakuma yade na etete wo wonam yade na edunya say madedia typhoid yade bi free utri so kopem na ase de
enya no nko o say ye ne yade ana enam yade na etete wo o de pua ana gono yetenete ebio ye wo mobile clinic nso ewo ho wo frɛ ye ne ye baba ba hyew Amedi alternative health center ye wo forukrom traffic light na so no mo a Amedi love services dynamu frɛ ye wo 0541 143168 0202 913511 and Cry Pokia say rock it down 0502 450975 and Atakra de Kokompe 0249 332624.
Ghana mai yedi asam de biabo obi benyawa na fi yade amman kama sam ene yade anu ti ana Amedi alternative health center yedi abramo awar form pe awo say your kidney and our liver ehun na techema o hypertension ana edunya asisiale diabetes ana tetewo wo stroke akon to dem wachina nanti abre enso entimi nko ye betu stroke na say e ma deku amonya wa hoto wa opase ye massage ye miamia wo twetwe ma onya hoto akuponcha yi ebi wa Amedi alternative health center wakuma yade na tetewo wonam yade na edunya say madedia typhoid yade fruit three sukope munase de
enya no nko o say ye ne yade ana enam yade na etete wo o de pua ana gono yetenete ebio ye wo mobile clinic nso ewo ho wo frɛ ye ne ye baba ba hyew Amedi alternative health center ye wo forukrom traffic light na so no mo a Amedi love services dynamu frɛ ye wo 0541 143168 0202 913511 and Cry Pokia say rock it down 0502 450975 and Atakra de Kokompe 0249 332624.
Ghana mai yedi asam de biabo obi benyawa na fi yade amman kama sam ene yade anu ti ana Amedi alternative health center yedi abramo awar form pe awo say your kidney and our liver ehun na techema o hypertension ana edunya asisiale diabetes ana tetewo wo stroke akon to dem wachina nanti abre enso entimi nko ye betu stroke na say e ma deku amonya wa hoto wa opase ye massage ye miamia wo twetwe ma onya hoto akuponcha yi ebi wa Amedi alternative health center wakuma yade na tetewo wonam yade na edunya say madedia typhoid yade fruit three sukope munase de
enya no nko o say ye ne yade ana enam yade na etete wo o de pua ana gono yetenete ebio ye wo mobile clinic nso ewo ho wo frɛ ye ne ye baba ba hyew Amedi alternative health center ye wo forukrom
Honorable members,
Stand by. Sure.
to us. So officially, John Dramani Mahama has been sworn in as the 6th president of the Fourth Republic of Ghana. He has subsequently delivered his inaugural speech, which I think was a brilliant speech. Let me just have the gentleman in the studio touch on Mr. Mahama's speech, and then while we still have pictures from the Independence Square on air. I also have viewers know that Richard De La Sky of the City Breakfast Show has joined us in studio, and so you would hear that familiar voice. The president's speech, Mr. Mahama's speech today.
Light Naswan Moi. Love Services Dynamo. Freya was 0541 1431 68 0202 913511. And Kraipokia say rock it down 0502 450975. And Atakra de Kokompe 0249 332624.
Yeah, twaso yenko na eno echi no yasaba why
please the majority and the minority leaders.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have exhausted the business on today's order paper. In view of that, I move that this House adjourn to tomorrow at 11 a.m. in the forenoon.
Mr. Speaker, it is the desire of the minority that this House be suspended so we continue to do business in fulfillment of the 24-hour economy. However, if the majority leader so pleases, I shall second his motion for adjournment. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, in view of what your leaders have said, adjourn the House to tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th of January 2025 at 12 noon. The sitting is accordingly adjourned. That's what it is.
have a full guard of honor without the colors, and on this occasion we'll have the national colors, and that is the flag of Ghana. That is the colors. When we say colors, it's basically flag, and that will be on parade. So very shortly we shall see the full complements, and then we'll see how beautifully it will be executed.
Yeah.
And as mentioned, there shall be the playing of the national anthem, which will be followed with 21 gun salute. The 21 gun salute is the highest level of honor in ceremonial salutes, and this surpasses all other salutes with fewer rounds.
So how would the 21 gun salute?
So the 21 gun salute,
is it from the sea, or because it has happened from the sea before with the Ghana Navy doing their thing?
On this occasion, it will be fired not too far away from the sea, and that will also be done by the Ghana Navy.
Right. Why the Ghana Navy?
So it depends on the duty service that has been selected to perform.
So
as I mentioned, we have Ghana Air Force.
The military can also do the same thing.
Yes, we can have the Ghana Navy, the Ghana Army, and that's the 6th Artillery Regiment. They have done that in the past.
Okay.
So it can fall on any of the services to undertake that task. So right now we can see in our screen the procession by the Right Honorable Speaker. And behind him is the Vice President and the President. They are moving towards the area where we'll have the full guard of honor. And as mentioned earlier, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will inspect his first guard of honor as the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. So we are now having the procession.
Nefi yade amman kama sam ene yade anu ti ana amadi alternative health center yadi abramo awara form pe awo say your kidney and our liver ehun na techema o hypertension ana edu nya especially diabetes ana tetewo
are recessing from the chamber. The President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will now inspect his first guard of honor as the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces and the 9th Parliament President of the 4th Republic of Ghana. May I respectfully request all invited guests to please be seated as the President moves to inspect the guard of honor. President will be accompanied by the Vice President, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chief Justice, and his ceremonial aide-de-camp to the saluting days. The ceremonial aide-de-camp for the ceremony is the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Thomas Opompepra, and the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufundampari. Honor is a military ceremony performed on special occasions to convey respect, dignity, and solemnity. A guard of honor is a formal gesture offered to dignitaries such as heads of state, government, distinguished guests. The guard of honor is under the command of Lieutenant Ghana Navy Kenneth Opoku. The second in command is Sub-Lieutenant Harrison Na. The color ensign is Sub-Lieutenant Richard Abwaji Sapon. The conducting warrant officer is Chief Petty Officer Class 2 Kwa Richard. The color escorts are Petty Officer Class 2 Amure Koko Daniel and Petty Officer Class 2 Owusu Emmanuel. Defense Staff General Thomas Opompepra. Shall we please be upstanding for the national anthem and the 21 gun salute as mentioned earlier? the parade commander is marching to ask permission for the inspection of the parade.
Presidential inauguration ceremony, guard of honor, conduct. Guard mounted by the Ghana Navy. 96 bank and file with the Ghana Navy regimental band in attendance, ready for inspection. Lieutenant Ghana Navy, Kenneth Opoku, report Your Excellency. Aye, Your Excellency.
have your permission to march off the guard. Aye, Your Excellency.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the inauguration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Ghana, Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and the Vice President, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's all remain seated as the President takes leave of us. Shall we please be upstanding for the national anthem? All uniformed personnel are entreated to salute.
Amamre ni amani ni yaye ede akofrashe ni nsa sese de mampanyi prekope omanpani John Dramani Mahama awie baabi ekoye kofa adwumedie de bre wo nyina ne de so ma mo hwe no eye Radio XY mo hwe no TVXYZ muti Radio XYZ na afi Power FM no na sekese enkoma mo pempenso ayadri said the amampanyufo e bae bebo ye chidom dwumede ni nyina ba na wie ye ne de dodo ben ene e woka nyankopon ne yeda na se awie asomdwie mu de aka eye said the Ghana for enya ni so adi hunu sonko nya pepa eto abapa edi mampanyi pa aye inauguration papa amase se eduma pa e ba be hyase no eno eso pepepe ene edi besi di medini agya uso ansa menua panyini ana menua kwame menka enso kan ho ma adwumadi yetumi de brel Peter Mensa wonyina be kan ho e ma emu nkitawudi yetumi de brel wona reporters e fa omo ama
akwa to dem wachina nantia bre enso ntimi nko ye betu stroke na se e de ma deku ama onya wahoto wa opase massage ye miamia wotwetwe ma onya hoto akuponchai ebi wa madi alternative health center wakuma ye de na etete wo
na enika etino sese ya meno ekasai no eye Ghana
after the president the vice president will also leave, followed by the speaker of parliament and the chief justice, her ladyship. Your excellencies, distinguished invited guests, our heads of state and dignitaries will depart in order as they came in.
undusted. Ghana has a new president and a first female vice president. What you're just seeing on your screens at the moment alongside me is a departure process led by the president, the vice president, the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, who you just heard in that rather brief conversation with our Captain Smart. Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, will depart thereafter. So you can see number 1, number 2, number 3, and then number 4 people depart in that order. Then we also have the guest heads of states departing. The former presidents also take suit. Members of the diplomatic corps will then leave. The honourable members of Parliament will also leave the grounds, and other distinguished guests will also depart. Then the general public, we expect that the president will then host the dignitaries who have come here in his honor. But that's it. The event is over. It is finished, just like the EC chairperson said. Ghana has a new president. It's signed, it's sealed, and we've been delivered John Dramani Mahama. But I'll bring the conversation down here to my guest. As we have seen the 21-gun salute, we saw his very first inspection of the Guard of Honor. Kweku, I'm coming to you with that one. Is there a historic context for the 21-gun salute?
Yeah, normally from the African society, from our Kan society, there was a concept of where the army Trimkron. So when they are going someplace, they have that 21-gun salute, and we call them the 21-gun salute bearers. And Ashanti Army have it, and it's become a foundation for some of the Akan military tactics. So those people normally guide the king in the war, and then they protect the king. So they perform these shots whenever they have to charge into the battlefield. So that is the historical context from the Ghanaian society.
I see. And you know, we talked about his costume earlier. My understanding is what we saw as one single design in the middle of the outfit is actually 4 Edinkra symbols. There is the Nyamidua, which is God's tree or altar of God's presence and protection. Good. And then there is the Jinyame, the omnipotence and supremacy of God. Sankofa, going back for the past and then in front. Sankofa. How many? 4 of them. 4 of them.
Read the last one.
And then the last one is Jenny Ming, the ram's horn. How do you say that in Chi? Yes. The ram's horn. Yeah. And so when you put all of this 4 together, symbolic, right?
Yeah, symbolic, because we say it is only the ram that really urinates in its center. So urinating in its center, when you push it, when it comes to push, you know the way the rams fight, they lock on, so you can't go back. And that shows as an emblematic of strength, the strength nature of a ram, that you cannot push that person away. He is somebody who is stable. So we're talking about element of stability of his leadership.
Right.
Then you're talking about Nyamidia and its potency in terms of how its curative nature and other aspects. Then you talk about Jinyam, you're talking about permanency. Nothing can change anything. Just as we say, it is finished or it is done. What is done is done. Nothing can be done except God. Except God. So that is really critical. And the other one was
the last one is Sankofa.
Yeah, so Sankofa. So we go back to past.
Which is what we have done.
Yes, so if you have forgotten, then you go back to take. There's nothing wrong with it. So it gives you element of remembrance. Okay, when if you don't remind a tree without roots, it's just like people without their history. So to remember and go and take and correct the presence is quite critical towards our movement forward.
Which brings me to the point that it would appear that the president's ensemble came to communicate verbally and non-verbally, because the issue of Sankofa also takes center stage in his speech on reset, and we'll get there in a tad. But Prof, you were saying that this time he held the sword with one hand. he remembered to hold it with one hand.
I think I'm not sure what kind of symbolism
that is.
He tried to hold the sword with 2 hands or with
or not.
But I think the last swearing in, he held the ceremonial sword with both hands, and this time with one hand. I'm not sure what that means, but
whatever it is, it's a symbol of authority and symbol of power, and the way, and it's part of the procedure that you should hold it and then let the power manifest in you and let people know that you are now in charge moving forward. So I think the symbolism is one thing, but the real procedural importance of that event is what we are looking at.
Absolutely. And now that the event is over, Doc, let's look at some of the things that he spoke about. You had raised the issue earlier of the Africa-wide significance that comes with the attendance of all of these African leaders and so, global leaders, so to speak. He opens his speech talking about the continent and BRICS and how the continent can work together. The significance of that for you will be what?
Well, I think he epitomizes African integration and reintegration for that matter. He says that there is going to be improvement of the business environment and to attract, foreign investors, and that Ghana is going to work again, is going to ensure that resetting. Now, to attract such a huge number of dignitaries, far and wide, within, and without, is quite interesting. Look, I dare say, and I want people to take note of this. Whenever in a political discourse you find out that the main opposition leader is attracting attention from the international community and the diplomatic corps, the party in government must know that their time is due. There's nothing that they will do that will work for them. Because you could see that.
Doc, I'm going to come back to you, but it seems we are getting some interviews from the ground. Alpha, do you have any information on that yet?
No. Yes, so Kamala is speaking to some dignitaries on the ground right now. So
very well.
That's possible.
Absolutely. Let's take a listen to Kamala Kulche in that conversation.
The president who is leading them should do things right and make sure that he listens to the people and do the will of the people. Ghanaians voted. They have voted for him for a purpose, and they expect better leadership from him and not the acts of tyranny as we've experienced in 8 years.
Thank you very much, Ralph. Let's try and speak to more ordinary Ghanaians. Boss, speak to us. Why are you here today?
I'm here because of the historic comeback of JF. I want to be part of the program. That's why I'm here.
And how excited are you that?
Very excited. I'm very excited because this program is very necessary. It's going to be the coming back or the resetting of the agenda Mahama promised. The 24-hour economy is going to start from here. And every activities that Mahama is going to take is going to start from here.
Where did you come from to be here today?
From Upper East. I'm from Binduri. So I came here the day before yesterday because of this program. It's very necessary to me, and it's very necessary to the good people of Ghana. Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Thank you very much. He came from Binduri as well. Let's speak to a lot more young persons who are here. Boss, talk to us. Where did you come from? Why are you here? I see you're sweating. The heat has been intense.
Yeah, the heat is very intense. And I'm actually from Kaswa, Iwutu Senya West, where Nakoyo was actually elected. And I'm actually a student, and I was very happy with the outcome of the elections. And I think we don't actually ask much from the president. I'm a student at UMAT, and we just want the government to put things in place so that when we are able to complete school, we can get some jobs to do. We don't want to be home or just wandering around like that. So we want them to put things in place. And I think we have also made a history about getting a female vice president this time. And I'm sure that's also going to help the women aspect. They are also going to put things in place. So we don't ask much from the president, but we ask him that this vote that we have given to him massively, he should make good use of it. And if possible, he will leave a legacy that will never be forgotten. That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Let's speak a bit more thoughts. Your expectations as well of John Mahama.
Well, my expectation of JDM is he's going to weed out all corrupt officials heading government institutions, that the rot which has emanated from this government, which is just passed as at 12 midnight yesterday, will be wiped out. Perpetrators of the injustices brought to book, and we expect that Ghana will move from prosperity to prosperity.
Thank you very much. Mami Yankasa. Kachi mami. When you are free in a buy, Akuna swedro na denti na oba ase ene.
Me papa jem entra me ba ha. Me se minister kan ba manante. Fi say me party am wo mu afiti bra rare se ba ya ba pim na ata me sikwata na hye me. Enti yedi ni sisu me say me ba na ma ba hwe me papa dwuma di ni bi. Eni tra me ba na me ma so mo TV wo hwe me ti. Wo mo say me nya TV so na me kasa no wo mu yin obi hu me.
Yeah, that was so by a bit more thoughts. And the flag of Ghana, where did you come from to be here? What are your expectations of this new government?
Well, actually, I'm a Pan-Africanist and a new tour guide, and actually, I'm expecting more from this government because the last year, before this current president that is coming right now, he had his United Nations. When he last visit at the United Nations, he made a significant speech, and I'm here to see more that the things that he said at that time, if he's ready to change this country and build a country that the better Ghana that we want, all of us. Yes.
Thank you, Mommy. Ufri Kumase na ba dientina ufri Kumase ebe PM won kra ene.
Me pacho me din na ekwa Chantel Adoma. Me pacho dientia me ba ye ne say me NDC ni a me executive member ewo Ashanti region Kwadaso constituency. Na dientia me ba ye ne say me baba betai inauguration achi. Esan say Ghana for to abapa. A very overwhelming and frantic votes. And I almost amba yen. And she say ni yehu se Ghana no asindua ba ahoto aba. And Ghana for any aje. Yeni aje dia na wo say ye betai era John Dramani Mahama achi. Na ne nyuma pa a wo de bra Ghana for no yen nyina ye betie bi. Na yen so ye kwa yetimi akoka kire yen krofo. Enu nti na me bai.
Let's try and wrap up briefly with a few of the individuals. Now, boss, where are you coming from to be here today?
Well, I'm from Sege all the way. So this important occasion, I just came to support His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, because we have everything in him. You know we can do it. That's why we voted him. We voted for him. So we are expecting him to do as we've told. So we are here to support him, and my hope and one major problem that I have, and through this I hope that he will get to him. The 24-hour economy. It is my hope that yes, from tomorrow, since he has been sworn in, from tomorrow he should start implementing it so that the 24-hour economy can ease the work burden that the youth in this country are suffering.
Thank you very much, boss. Talk to me as well, just briefly.
Yeah, I'm from Techuma. Today I'm very happy. From an econo, Ghana bed, do outside, I butcher Ghana, as I say, Ghana, that's it. Boss, finally, let's talk to you as well. Expectations, where you've come from?
Yes, I'm from Keta, the spiritual home of the party. I strongly believe that the reign of H.E. John Dramani Mahama is going to bring a new hope to the youth of this country, because he has promised a lot, especially the 24-hour economy. So I believe strongly that he has done it before. This is not a new person. He has been there before. So I strongly believe that as he has come now, he's going to deliver on all his promises that he has made to the people of this country. And at the end of the day, there will be peace. I also believe that he's going to make sure that the economy is stable for the football of the country. Thank you.
And so that pretty much sums it up from us here. Komla Kluche, my colleague here with me as well. Just brief thoughts on what we saw, the speech by Mr. Mahama as well, with respect to almost eulogizing President Akufo-Addo and paying homage as well to those who've come before him and the many others. Your thoughts on what we've seen today, and then the expectation as well, with you going to the presidency to be covering that side for us.
Lawrence. Well, for me, I mean, quite reconciliatory on his part, and I think that's basically what Ghanaians need going forward. I mean, the divisions have been quite clear, but Ghanaians have decided resoundly. They have given him, not just an assurance, but they have given him a backing in terms of the amount of votes he's secured. So what he needs to do is to pull everybody together, put people around the flag, and for us to see how he intends to do the resetting. For me, well, all the pomp and the pageantry, of course. I mean, I can't speak without talking about the look and feel of the whole thing. I mean, it's beautiful. The appearance of His Excellency the President, the kente and all that, beautiful, the tradition and all that play. Very, very, very nice. But at the end of the day, things are done now. The pomp and the pageantry is done. What lies ahead is real work. The die is cast, the clock is ticking. Mind you, he even reaffirmed his commitment to the 120 days over here. For us as a media, what do we do? Ours is to keep him on his toes, keep him in check, and ensure that the very things that he said he would do, we will see evidence of it manifestly done. But it equally behoves on us as citizens of this nation as well to also commit ourselves to building the Ghana that everybody wants. And so, yes, of course, with all the dignitaries, the heads of state across the sub-region, the continent, across the world who came here, it means that they have a special interest in Ghana. They still believe that Ghana is the beacon of hope. Ghana is the destination of doing business, and it's also important that the president and the government that he will be leading would also create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And so we can only wait, watch, and see how things will be able to pan out.
Kamala, thank you, and that's it from all of us here at the Black Star Square, where we wrap it all up and hand it over back to you in the studio.
Here in the studio, the conversation continues. We'll continue to, go in and out of the studio as and when we get more information for you. But Doc, you were on the subject of how his reference to, the African continent sets the tone for what is to come.
Yes, I think that he's more interested in this integration, the projection of the special space or special place of Ghana in the midst of the African continent, especially the West African community. He's projecting that friendliness, neighborliness is something that is on his mind. You remember that the president, the immediate past president, His Excellency Mr. Akufo-Addo, people had cause to criticize him for virtually snitching on Guinea. When opportunity came, and then also did the same thing with Burkina Faso, who are Burkina Faso, who are our immediate, neighbors. And so I think that this particular atmosphere that he's creating is a new beginning. And I believe you'll be able to project that. Because in ancient past, if you look at Greek history, for example, the likes of Pisistratus, though he was more or less like a tyrant, not a democrat for that matter, because he was able to project that friendliness with other surrounding cities, of Greece, he was able to have a special place, and he ruled for a long period. And Greece, Athens for that matter, saw significant growth in all spheres of the economy. And so if you see such a huge patronage, coming from all walks of life, within and without, it is an epitome of probably some kind of good leadership that is yet to come.
Right.
Some kind of belief in a style of leadership yet to come or yet to be seen. And by virtue of him having that experience in the past of being a president, he has also built that kind of rapport, with past president and sitting president as well. And that is the more reason why he has that gravitas. And you saw that,
Right. And Prof, as you said, if he wasn't a good person then, he wouldn't be getting all this attention earlier. But you know, one thing that also caught my attention in his speech is when he addresses the Ghanaian people and say your expectations are valid. But he also goes on to tell us that we all need to work together to be able to achieve this. But before we get there, Prof, and also you can take a bite out of the question I posed to Doc. But before we get there, also in his opening, he talks about the 1993 research, making references to Rawlings and how he and Anado have fought 3 times. He called him a worthy opponent, and Bawumia a good sportsman. I want you to talk to us about the significance of him making those references, especially when he calls Nanado bald with round glasses, making reference to when they first met.
So when you look at inaugural speeches, they are supposed to serve several purposes. One of them is to smoothen ill feelings that might have happened as a result of a very bitter campaign or a bitter past or a past that is characterized by war or pandemics. So largely, the president started within the context of what? Smoothing ill feelings. We had a campaign that was hotly contested and we saw all the things that happened. So he started with a very reconciliatory tone, making people feel that he and the former president who is handing over to him have gone way back, and also acknowledges the significant contribution that the former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia made with the concession. So it is a normal tone and sometimes a normal requirement that you usually see in an inaugural speech. And he's able to deal with it very well, looking at how far they came together in Parliament and all the friendship that existed between them, and that the outgoing president was the only one who used to call him, did he say, Johnny or something? Johnny, yes. So Johnny. So those kind of personal relationship is very good to reduce the kind of tensions that we have in this new administration. The other bit also has to do with the significance of an inaugural speech is to provide the first policy statement of what the government intends to do. And you see, he did it very beautifully, both what we call domestic policies and then foreign policy. I'll start with the foreign policy level. He mentioned 3 significant things. A peep into what we may be doing with our economic challenges. The challenge of an economy has been a big issue. If you look at 2024, which has been described by political scientists as a year of elections, we had over 70 countries holding elections. And out of that, more than 40 incumbents lost. And one of the serious challenges was the state of the economy. And we are facing that same problem. So one of the ways we have to do is to deal with the economy. And he said that now, there's now a dramatic global shift in economic power from the traditional economic powerhouses to the BRICS. Though he's not saying that we're going to move towards the BRICS, but give an indication that either we are moving towards the BRICS or we're not only going to deal with the traditional economic powerhouses, we're going to deal with them and then the BRICS, whichever way to deal with our economy. And they also talk about the issue of peace and stability in the sub-region. And that is even the reason why we stood as significant. If you look at all the challenges, the coup d'etat, and what is going on, and what Ghana has been able to do within this short period, it's a sterling achievement. So he talks about working collaboratively with our other African leaders and partners to be able to deal with the security challenges that we face. They also talk about good neighborliness, that we have just been divided by colonial borders, but we are the same people, and our ability to work together as a continent and as people of brothers and sisters will help us achieve a lot. Then he came back to domestic. He provided 4 policy priority areas. First, economic restoration, but also stabilization. So we definitely have to restore our economy and stabilize it. Then 2, he talks about the importance of improving the businesses and then the investment environment within the country. Over the past year, we've known there have been a lot of investment and companies which has left Ghana because of the severity in the conduct of business. So he talks about improving. He also talks about governance and constitutional reforms, which is very important. And we have been revising the Constitutional Review Committee report and all those things. And this is an opportune time for him to do it. So he said there's going to be something on improved governance, but also constitutional reform. He also talks about accountability and the fight against corruption. One of the serious challenges that we have been facing. There are a lot of leakages that goes through these kind of things. If you're able to plug those loopholes, we are going to achieve a lot. And then he also added this thing about embracing technology, strengthening women empowerment, and then inclusivity, and what's the name? The quality of governance that we need to do. We can't take the citizens for granted. Then at the last bit, he also mentioned one of the significant role of inaugural speeches to rally the country, that even though we face these challenges and I'm really going to do this, I can't do it alone. I need the support of every Ghanaian, whether you are NDC or MPP or whosoever you are, you have to come on board. So definitely it's a sterling benchmark of an inaugural speech. It touches on all the critical purposes and functions of inaugural speech, and that was perfectly and well delivered.
Kuku, you haven't had a chance to touch on the speech we just heard. What are your thoughts, especially when he tells the country, look, we are one people with our neighbors. We are just divided by colonial borders and demarcated by imaginary borders. How significant is that context to us as a people, as an African people?
Yeah, so this also shows you Mahama's background as a Pan-Africanist, because he's looking at the contributions of other nationals and then without thinking of the imaginary boundaries as we know within the discourses of nations. So in so doing, he's trying to talk about we all coming together, making sure particularly the West African sub-region, the markets and how it could be used for the betterment of the people. And it's also reassuring to the people who are from the neighboring West African countries, who are also within the Ghanaian nation state, of how they are protected and unified with the Ghanaian people. All of us coming together. So for me, I really like that idea. And so you go further to talk about the people, that this time around, all the people, not government alone, should enter into a social contract with the Ghanaian state. And for me, that resonates with me, because he goes on in the speech trying to quote the famous American statement that what you will do for your country, not necessarily what your country will do for you. And he did that with beautiful anecdotal analogy without necessarily plagiarizing the speech. And that was quite interesting, because most people, particularly the young people, will know that governance is not all about individuals going into government and then becoming rich within a twinkle of an eye, but it's also about using the God-given talents that have been given to you, and then the government being there as a referee to ensure that there is enhancement of human capability. That is, after all, what is the notion of human development. And it is something that should be really re-echoed all the time for people to know that we are better off trying to build the capacity of our people, rather than all the reliance all the time on the government, that we have to go to government and get something from it. But we can also develop our people to be a force to help in our growth agenda. And that kind of growth should be kind of inclusive growth, not that kind of growth that we think that what are the fundamentals. You know, I'm glad about the BRIC angle, because the BRICS are not looking at the economic denominators you use, what is the inflation, what have you. No, we need to think about human development. And that is the area we have not been able to deal with, because dealing with the classical neoliberal economic agenda often leads to variables that are dealing with your inflation capacity, who is helping the country to have the GDP growth and so on. GDP growth can actually be controlled by 5% of the people within the economy, and they will control all the resources. And then we kind of believe in trickle down, that when those people are very well and they are given all the capacity to do well, it will trickle down. But we've seen in our country that that system doesn't operate here, because most of the people who make the resources, their productivity and activity often is a product of the state. Most people hardly actually become very good masters of the economy in their own private capacity unless it is linked to the state. So most of these rich men, you realize that companies in Ghana and certain businesses rise and fall with certain governments. So a particular government comes, you see some group of businesses doing well. As soon as there's change of government, then that government goes down and the new one comes.
Well, thankfully, he says that Ghana is open for business once again, and you know, which brings to mind the issue around BRICS. I got the feeling that his reference to BRICS and our ability to work together as a people, it also signals why perhaps there are a lot of our African leaders on this continent, which to me puts him in a position to get more Africans to join BRICS so that we can fund our own economies locally. Because again, the conversation around decoupling ourselves from the IMF, the World Bank, and all the Bretton Woods institution has gone on for decades. So to have a giant like Nigeria drag his feet a little, joining, you know, BRICS, yet at our inauguration, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the special guest of honor. Of course, there could be that personal relationship they have, but while he's here, then the president in the opening of his inaugural speech decides to talk about BRICS and its importance. I think it speaks a lot to the fact that he could play a very influential role in ensuring that BRICS gets the numbers it needs, it gets the countries it crucially needs in there, so that we can be able to fund our economies like we look forward to. But that brings me to you, Doc.
Yeah, you see, I think His Excellency, Mr. Mahama, was very philosophical about this BRICS thing, because you cannot, at this point in time, poke your hand into the eye of the Bretton Woods institution. And so what he did was to create an atmosphere of Ghana virtually taking a shift by benefiting from BRICS. At the same time, we are not divorcing ourselves from the Bretton Woods.
Makes sense.
So we want to have, you know, our hands in both pies. So you see, he does not demonstrate a finality or a shift to BRICS or an allegiance to the, you know, the status quo. He doesn't want to divorce. Neither is he not overlooking the importance of benefiting economically, right, from the association with BRICS. So he is talking a debate. Guys, let us look at it. You know, others who have not joined BRICS, let's look at it. We can have a thorough discussion about it, and that in itself will create an atmosphere for a new direction altogether. Remember, the philosophical stance of Ghana is non-alignment. Okay. So when President Akufo-Addo virtually stuck his neck out by criticizing Russia, right? Because they wanted to create a certain narrative of the effect of the Russian invasion of Ukraine on the economy. That narrative did not really sink well with Ghanaians, and that's the more reason why they voted massively against him, because it was just becoming too monotonous with COVID and that thing. And so our position, if you look at it from Nkrumah's perspective, our position has been a non-alignment. Right? We benefit from all sides. Yeah. We are ready. It is not about we sticking our neck out for Russia nor America. No. We are not a superpower. Why should we? Because, you see, in Greek mythology, for example,
Doc, you should add your final words, because we are going.
If you are for Aphrodite, right, then it means Artemis will be against you. If you are for Artemis, then it means that Aphrodite will be against you. But if you are neither for this nor that, then you are going to benefit from the two. that for me is the kind of philosophical ideology that
that inaugural speech came with. Yeah. Prof, your final words.
Once again, we have shown that we lead in democracy, we lead in the way we plan, we lead in the portrayal of our culture, and we have done it beautifully today, no doubt about it. And I do pray that we continue to lead in all the indicators of development and then be a shining example to the rest of the world.
I see. That's really brief and straight to the point. But the president tells us that our expectations of him are very valid. Yeah. You heard the young man who said that they should start the 24-hour economy tomorrow. I was thinking he was going to say, no time to waste. I was thinking he was going to say, let's cancel e-levy tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, by the time we wake up, there is no e-levy. But you wanted to say something quickly before I move to the other side.
He advises us to eschew pessimism. Yeah. So many people are very pessimistic. They are resigned to their own fate. They think that there's nothing good that will come out of the whole thing. That idea is very encouraging, right? This transparency thing that he talks about, and he tells them that, look, he's assuring them that the vote that they've given him will not be in vain. I think that is quite reassuring. And you see, you could see the interviewee was more concerned about accountability. Corruption thing that, that was the fourth of the 4 items that President Mahama spoke about. He talks about accountability and fight against corruption. The oral thing, people are really, really waiting and watching on the fence to see how
that will go. Anyway, Doc, I'm going to have to go now, but thank you so much. Kweku Dako Ankra, historian to my very far right. Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere.
Dress, I'm told, was designed by a certain man.
I see.
Called is a Bondana.
Oh, I see. Well, good job to him. Yeah. Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere, political analyst. Professor Ali Duseidu is head of the political science department of the University of Ghana. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here. It's time for this team to go, but remember that there'll be more ahead. I'm joining the guys on the other side now.
Well, so Kemini, there you have it. And a number of the things that your guests have touched on would also just run through briefly. But you see, one of the things, guys, that John Mahama talked about that really stuck out for me is the 3 areas that he's going to be focusing on. We do know that in the next 120 days, he has 26 promises that have been captured within the 120-day promise that he put out. So from now to the next 120 days ahead of us, these 26 promises in there is what we're going to be tracking. But he says they're going to be in 3 areas, the 3 thematic areas that he talks about: the economic research, accountability, and also the fight against corruption. And then also, in his view, is going to be looking at the governance and also the matters of institutional resetting. That's another area as well, because you see, the mindset for a reset has to be there, or else it's just going to be another political campaign and then it ends there. So we'll see how the 120 days starting from today is going to look like 26 days.
Indeed. That looks more like 119 with a few hours, 119 days with,
if you're counting today.
Yes,
with some hours now.
Exactly, with some hours left. But some of the key things that stood out for me from the event and the speech of the president will be the number of dignitaries that turned up, and then also the recognition by John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, of those individuals who came in. Actually, in his speech, he touched on the fact that these are people. So beyond the fact that we are a united continent, he needs all of these people to support him to succeed. That was why in the very early hours of his election, he had to quickly dash out to some of these countries to immediately start conversations, even before he was sworn in. It tells you 2 things. One, the fact that he needs their support and didn't want to send an envoy or diplomat to go there. He needed to go there himself. And that is how come we have the likes of very instrumental continental figures coming to Ghana to first witness history in the making, and then also express their support for our democracy and the fact that we are towing the line of the forefathers of a united Africa. If you have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area headquarters on your land, you need to, beyond that, take steps. So commendations to the outgone president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for asking that all Africans with valid passports can come into the country, you know, because we want to start that Unity Africa conversation again and even consolidate it going forward. And finally, I would want to touch on the fact that domestically, like Alfred mentioned, the reset agenda. It is a mindset. And I'm happy that there's this sense of feeling that